All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tim from Brass Band. We're back because everyone likes to get up early to stream Brass Bands. We're live right now with the Open C grade. Howick was doing a great job over there. They opened up at 8:30 in the morning. Guys, go over break. Congratulations. Well done on your performance at this 2021 New Zealand National Brass Band Championships. We're going to be underway here in about 5 minutes with the hall behind me. With the Open B grade. In B grade, we'll be starting off with Hutt City Brass. We've got the full schedule as well as the own choice selections on brassband.com if you want to click across there to have a look. I'll read through it for you now. Hutt City Brass Band number 1, Matt Stein will be taking them through London Overture. Trust Pororura City Brass, Clinton Payne will be performing Kingdom of Dragons. Addington Brass, one of my favourite bands, will be performing The Raid with Adrian Dalton conducting. Brass Whanganui with Bruce Jellyman performing Legacy. Alpine Energy Timaru Brass, shout out to Hannah, will be conducted by Paul Black performing Relentless Advance. Auckland City Brass with musical director Mark Close will be performing Year of the Dragon. I love Year of the Dragon. There's a lot of dragons going on here actually. Kaikorai Metropolitan Brass, Shane Foster at the helm, Kingdom of Dragons, and the Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass with Fraser Bremner finishing off the B grade will be performing Purcell Variations. And then we'll move into the A grade later this afternoon. That's what's going on. Good morning. Hope you're well. Hope you got your cup of coffee. Or if you're in the UK, I hope you've got something a little bit stronger or strong coffee, either way. We might go down to the stage. I'm just going to do some things to make sure our audio is sounding good because I can't hear any audio yet. Oh, if you've just joined us, I'm in Melbourne because pandemic, I was a bit unsure with the travel. I think it was probably quite a sensible thing to stay in Melbourne. We've got a lovely team over in Christchurch in New Zealand. Big hello to Alan at Multicam New Zealand, who's over there looking after all the feeds. We don't seem to have any sound. Anyway, so I'm in Melbourne and coordinating stuff from everywhere, so I get very distracted sometimes. But loyal viewers, it's fantastic to have you watching us here today. Let's go down to the hall and I'll figure out what we can do with getting some sound through. Thanks for watching. Okay, loyal viewers, I think we do have a bit of sound coming down at the feed to you. Just for wait and see when the first band comes onto stage. They should be with us very, very shortly. And ladies and gentlemen, on stage now, we have some very friendly people. I've been told by Lisa, who's just given a wave, that I've got to have a shout out now. So this is a shout out from Steve Smith and Gordon Rach and Lisa Crawley. And they would like me to say hello to the Burnside Brass in the UK. They all played with them a couple of years ago. So a big shout out to Burnside Brass in the UK from the stage here at the Christchurch Town Hall. And we are expecting things to get underway quite soon there in the main hall. Hi little viewers, I'm Tim from Brass Band. I'm talking very softly because it's the morning still. I have not yet had a coffee. But a big shout out to everyone who's watching right now. Be getting underway with the B grade. Hopefully you could join us yesterday. Yesterday we had B grade and A grade in here, in this hall, going through the test works and the hymns. Today everyone's playing their own choice selections, so it's going to be a great day. And of course we have C grade already on the go over in the other hall, and today we'll hear the D grade bands and the youth band, one youth band, on stage for the first time. Huge congratulations to Helen and the Brass Bands Association of New Zealand. I believe this is the biggest number of bands entering nationals in over 30 years. So to have everything running smoothly, pretty much on time, going really well is really, really nice. Yesterday was a huge day. I think I was in for about 14 hours of streaming, which, you know, is a lot because I was sitting here clicking buttons and thinking really hard, you know, but there are people down there on the stage, there are stage helpers, people just making sure it all runs. It was a huge day yesterday. It'll be another big day today. Congratulations everyone in New Zealand Brass Banding, doing an absolutely terrific job. I'm not sure if there is a delay or if we'll be underway quite soon, but we're just waiting for some action down on the stage. Might head back down there and see what's going to happen next. And of course you can head over to the C grade hall if you'd like to hear some music in the right now.
Good morning and welcome to the B Grade Own Choice competition this morning and of course the results to follow. This event is sponsored by the Royal New Zealand Air Force Band Brass, and our adjudicator for this event is the Chief Adjudicator for the championships, David Gallagher. Please could you just check that your cell phones are turned off, and if you like to use a video camera, it must remain stationary, and please no flash photography. Thank you. Our first band on stage this morning have chosen as their own choice selection a London Overture. A London Overture is a piece composed by Philip Spark as a special commission for the 1984 Dutch National Brass Band Championships and was selected again for the championship section of the 1991 European Championships. The piece opens majestically with a figure by the baritones and euphoniums that recurs throughout the piece. The cornets soon join and begin a bell effect that builds to a climax with the return of the opening figure. This then subsides into a slower section with a wistful tune before emerging into a series of cadenzas from across the band. The end of the cadenzas heralds a lively allegro based on a fanfare style before we emerge into the first real signs of a tune. What follows is a series of 7-8 passages and fanfare interruptions before a moving section led by a solo cornet. A perky figure then leads us into a new tune by the trombone, which gives way to a recapitulation of the allegro, and finally the opening overture returns to round out the piece with a presto flourish. A London Overture by Philip Spark.
And the crowd goes wild for Hutt City Brass. Matt Stain conducting there a London Overture. That was pretty good playing, wasn't it? Great way to start the morning. I think anyone who's getting up and playing that well, first thing is doing a lot of things right. Ladies and gentlemen, loyal viewers, hello and welcome to this broadcast of the 2021 New Zealand National Brass Band Championships. I am your host. I'm Tim. I'm here doing the stream for you, and I hope you can stick with us throughout the day. We'll be streaming for around about the next 12 hours. No big deal, just a whole lot of really good brass band music coming at you with a live audience, a live competition on a live stage. It's not this sort of social distancing stuff going on because we're coming to you live from New Zealand, where things are fantastic, especially the brass banding movement isn't the standard high. If you listened yesterday, I'm sure you were you listening yesterday? Did anyone hear all of that fantastic open A grade playing in the hymn and test? I just think that sort of the middle standard, like the median standard, is forever increasing. There are these spectacular performances on the top, but I feel like the movement as a whole and the standard as a whole is just really, really going from strength to strength. It's awesome to hear. And to hear B grade playing like that at 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock New Zealand time, pretty great. I'm pretty excited. I'd like to say thank you very much to ABI Music for sponsoring and supporting the live stream and helping out Team Brass Band get everything happening. Without their support, things would be much, much trickier and the stream wouldn't be as good and I'd be way more stressed out. So thank you very much to ABI Music. Friends, loyal viewers, if you're looking for a new brass instrument or some music stuff, please give ABI Music a call. They'll help you out. Next band we have coming up will be very good. And more so I can tell you they are Trust's Porora City Brass. They will be directed by Clinton Payne. And they're going to perform Kingdom of Dragons. So they'll be coming up very, very shortly. On my schedule, I've got every band coming in on the half hour. So a half hour for each band to sort of get set up, play, then go off. We might run a bit early, we might run a bit late, but that's what it's looking like at the moment. And I think it's a really good thing for bands to have enough time to set up their percussion. I know there are some people who attend and participate in brass band competitions who can get very, very angry if there's a big gap between bands on stage and say, oh, the contest should flow a bit better. I'm not doing an impression of anyone, that was just my sort of grumpy person impression first thing in the morning. I disagree. I think it's a really good thing for a percussion section in a band to have as much time as they need, reasonably need to set up their stuff. I think percussionists get the short end of the stick quite often. Actually, no pun intended there. Short end of the stick. Joke. You can laugh. I think it's tough for percussionists to have to be expected to sort of go onto stage, really quickly set up percussion equipment they're not all that familiar with. It's not their stuff that they're rehearsing with week in, week out, and sit down and play. I'm all for sort of medium-sized, I wouldn't say large, but medium-sized gaps between bands to make sure everything's set on stage, because at the end of the day, we want every band to perform at their absolute best, and rushing them to do so is not a good idea. So, Trustboro City Brass, coming on soon. Mackay says, Tim, you excited? Yes, I am excited. Ash says hi, in capitals. Hi Ash, glad you can join us. We've also got some people chatting in on the YouTube stream. Great, hope you're enjoying that. Hot tip from me to you, if you're watching on a phone or a laptop or a tablet, don't use your speakers, your internal speakers. Please get some headphones or earbuds, something like that. Things will sound a lot better. Even if you've got sort of cheap little earbuds that go in, gives you some separation in the sound, and it'll sound a lot deeper and crisper. It sounds good if you're just watching on your phone. It sounds way, way better if you can get some headphones in. And of course, we're sending out fairly high resolution streams, so get them up on your big screen TV. If you can Google Chromecast. If you don't, by now, Mum, know how to play an internet video on your TV, that's okay. Please reach out. We'll talk you through it. Chromecast, HDMI, there's lots of options. Big screens, they're good for watching stuff on. Okay, let's go down to the stage and just watch the rest of the setup. I'm in constant contact with the team of stage movers who are giving us a big wave right now. So please wave back to them. I should mention that we are looking at Lisa Crawley, Steve Smith and Gordon Reich, who are helping out, and they're trying to get the crowd pumped up. A bit of waving, and they're also having a bit of a shout out to the Burnside Brass Band over in the UK. And they told me I've got to give them a shout out, and whenever they come out and wave at the front of the stage, that's what I've got to say. So please wave back to them. We will be having results throughout the course of the day. So at the end of the B grade and the A grade, we are expecting some results through. But I can tell you that music is one of the big winners this weekend. The other big winners this weekend are people who play in brass bands and people who love listening to brass bands. So I think that's accounting for pretty much everyone who's watching the stream at the moment. Let's have a little bit of a look at this looping ad from ABI Music, who are lovely people, and we'll come back down to the stage when there's some action. Thanks for watching. A couple of comments from the chat, just talking about the standard, the way I see the rise in standard across the last couple of years. I think it's really great, and I think it really is feeding down to the B grade, C grade, and D grade bands. Oh look, it's Carmel. Here we go. The next band's coming out on stage, ladies and gentlemen. This is Trustpro City Brass. Clinton Payne conducting. They'll be performing Kingdom of Dragons very shortly, coming to you from the beautiful hall here in Christchurch. It's the Town Hall. Do you know that the Christchurch Town Hall was my first ever experience of banding in New Zealand back in 2008, back in the day. Very fond memories of Christchurch. Pretty sad I couldn't get across this time around, but loving seeing and hearing everyone's performances. Let's go down to the onstage MC.
Our second band currently on stage will now present their own choice selection, Kingdom of Dragons by Philip Harper. The Kingdom of Dragons is in Gwent in South Wales, known in ancient times as the Kingdom of Gwent, and more recently, home to the Newport Gwent Dragons rugby union team. This piece was commissioned by the Gwent Music Service to celebrate the 50th anniversary in 2010 of the formation of the Gwent Youth Brass Band. Although continuous, the music is divided into 4 distinct sections, each representing one of the unitary authorities that make up the county of Gwent. Monmouthshire has a large number of ancient castles. Blaenau Gwent, an historic iron and coal mining area. Torfaen, the notable landmark of Pontypool Park. And Newport, the largest city in the region. The music begins with a 2-bar fanfare, which sets out all the thematic material of the piece. The mood of pageantry that follows describes some of the ancient castles of Monmouthshire. After a majestic climax, the music subsides and descends into the coal mines of Blaenau Gwent, including a white-knuckle ride on the Underground Railroad. There is a brief respite as the miners' work song is introduced before the music comes crashing into an inglorious close, much like the UK's mining industry itself. The middle sonataries of the band portray the tranquility of Pontypool Park, a place of natural beauty. At the end of this section, we find ourselves at the top of the park's Folly Tower, where you can see the castle turrets of Monmouthshire and in the distance. After a brief and bruising musical portrayal of the formidable Pontypool RFC front row, the Veet Gwent leads into the final section. This portrays Newport, a symbol for progress and optimism for the future. The music is a vigorous fugue which advances through various keys and episodes before the final triumphant augmented entry which brings the work to a magnificent conclusion. Kingdom of Dragons by Philip Harper.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about that? B-grade performance. Pretty solid for B-grade. I thought that was really, really great playing from the Trustboro City Brass. Clinton Payne conducting Philip Harper's Kingdom of Dragons. Great playing in the B-grade own choice. I think B-grade is often where it's at, especially when you hear performers like that, and as percussion comes down to the front to take a bow, will we get them in frame? Almost. Great job by the entire team on stage. I think B-grade is fantastic. I think sometimes when bands are trying to play for them, doesn't go so well, if you know what I mean. Sometimes if a band can't sort of technically play something, it's like, well, they're never really going to make all that much music out of it if they're sort of struggling to play the notes or to play in tune or to play in time. They're sort of the real basics. If you get the basics down, then hopefully you can communicate something, and something a bit musical, tell a story, make people feel something. People who are listening should feel something if you're playing well together as a band. And for that reason, I think sometimes B grade is the better section to listen to. In A grade, it depends on the band. Sometimes you hear bands who are sort of trying to overreach technically, sort of trying to play things that they just can't play. And if you just can't play it, then how can you make good music? If that makes sense. Because I'm listening, I don't really care who wins. I want to hear things that sound good. That's what I want to do. I want to listen to things that sound good. Don't want to listen to things that don't sound good. Luckily in New Zealand, pretty much everything sounds good, so I'm pretty happy. But I think B grade there are bands who are playing things that they can technically get around, and then they get the chance to really express some music through that. So that's what I reckon we heard just then with Porora City Brass and Clinton Payne conducting. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back very soon with Addington Brass. They'll be conducted by Adrian Dalton, performing the Raider. George F. is on the chat, and George F. says it's the first time he has heard that piece. George, Kingdom of Dragon's been around for a couple of years now. I feel like it's a fairly often played piece around that sort of B grade level, but George is very impressed with all the players in the band and the band sound. I was as well. I thought particularly the trombone section had a bit of pizzazz there. And McKay on the chat is just pointing out, in a very friendly way, to George that actually Kaikorai Metropolitan Brass will be playing that same piece later on today. So we have a bit more time. Oh, and I've had a comment come through. We've run out of merch. I keep selling out of all the merch. I'm really sorry. I'll get the website shop back up and running at some point. I believe there's a team here in Australia at Oswins who will be selling some of the merchandise. Shipping might be a bit annoying, but I'm just trying to look around the expansive studio that we're in here to see if I've got any merch around. But it keeps selling. It's a real problem with being a really popular brass band streaming service, is everyone wants to buy a bit of stuff. But I will put a notification up on the website when we get some more in stock. The caps and the T-tails particularly I know people are after, so we will get them going. My name's Tim from Brass Band. Hello, nice to meet you. If this is the first time you've joined us on a Brass Band live stream, let me just take you through what's going on. I like to go around and listen to brass band performances and concert band performances. I really enjoy myself when I'm listening to good music played well by people who are really enjoying and focused and playing it. So I've been streaming different brass band events since like 2008, so that's getting on to be a while now. And I was actually streaming in 2008 the New Zealand Brass Band Championships from Christchurch in the old town hall. So it's great to be part of this stream here today. In Australia and New Zealand, the national championships happen over a couple of days. So this is a New Zealand championship where bands come out to perform on 2 days. Yesterday they performed their set test pieces as well as a hymn tune of their own choosing. Today they're coming in to play an own choice work. The scores, there's a judge, sometimes there are a couple of judges, this time there's just one judge, who will be aggregating the scores between those 3 sections and giving an overall champion at the end of today. That's what's going on. This is the B grade section. We have C grade simultaneously running on another link if you'd like to click across and listen to the C grade, and then A grade will start later on this afternoon. George F. won't be awake to see his old mate Shane Foster later on. George, don't worry, I do leave the streams up so you can rewind for a little while after. So if you get up early tomorrow morning, back to this page, you can probably rewind the stream. I think you can rewind it for about 12 hours to see other bands you might have missed. But I can't really keep them up online longer than that because there's all kind of like copyright legalities that get pretty dicey. So it's a live stream that you can rewind and then it's gone. Here's what's going on. Okay, back down to the stage. Thanks for watching. Hope you're having a good time. I'm going to go find a coffee.
The Raid by Oliver Warsby has been chosen by the band on stage as their own choice selection today. Things have not always been so peaceful between the communities in the valleys around Sorenburg, a village in the Entelbuch, in the Swiss canton of Lucerne. For a long time, Entelbuch and Obwalden were in conflict over land rights. An old legend from the 14th century tells of an attack on Sorenburg by marauding Obwaldeners who stole the local cattle. Under the leadership of a Sorenburger named Vintrube, the cattle were eventually, marauding who stole the local cattle. Under the leadership of a Sorenburger named Vintrube, the cattle were eventually retrieved. Later, however, Vintrube's efforts were avenged by the Obwaldeners, who lured him into an ambush and killed him. Various other conflicts followed until the communities were eventually reconciled. The composition The Raid came about as a commission by the Musikgesellschaft Sorenburg on their 75th Jubilee. It loosely follows the Sorenburg legend of Vintrube, but also tells its own musical story. It opens with a lyrical theme which contains some remote allusion to the old Sorenburg song. An increasingly restless development leads to a longer, dramatic passage, which is driven by an energetic pulse and eventually collapses. Next, the lyrical theme from the opening is taken up again and developed through various soloists. After these contemplative moments, the energetic pulse of the second section reappears, now with growing intensity. This time, however, the tension is released in a broad chorale, in which the lyrical theme is allowed fully to reveal itself in all instruments. At the end of the piece, tragedy and triumph are equally felt. The Raid was commissioned and first performed by Musikgesellschaft Sorenburg under the baton of their musical director, Siggy Berry. The Raid by Oliver Warsby.
And applause, ongoing applause for that fantastic performance from Addington Brass, The Raid. Adrian Dalton conducting there. That was Oliver Waceby's composition, The Raid. And we are almost halfway through the open B grade own choice section here from the Brass Band Championships of New Zealand for 2021, coming to you live from the Christchurch Town Hall as the band files off. Isn't it good to see a real band on a real stage with a real audience? It's really happening. New Zealand once again leading the way when it comes to brass banding. We also are streaming the open C-grade bands over in the other hall. If you want to click across and have a look at that. I believe we're just up to Te Ao Mutu Brass. They'll be performing a carol. No, they'll be performing Darkwood. and their musical director is Sarah Carroll. There you go. Yep, that's happening right now. So we're going to have a short break, probably be about 10-15 minutes to get the stage reset, and Brass Whanganui will come out with their musical director Bruce Jellyman. It's me, Tim from Brass Band. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. I'm coming to you live from Brass Band's humongous television studio. I've actually taken over a warehouse in inner Melbourne just to try and get all of this streaming out to you. We have a wonderful crew on the ground in Christchurch. We're working with them to bring you pictures and sound, and I think it's all going pretty well. If you're looking for some help doing camera stuff in New Zealand, I highly recommend Alan from Multicam New Zealand. He's a great guy, and he's running around doing a lot of the hard work, wrangling cameras and cables at the Christchurch Town Hall down at the venue, which is pretty cool. Big shout out to ABI Music, who are supporting the live stream. They're New Zealand's premier music retailer. If you're looking for some stuff, give them a call. They'll help you out. They help me out. They're supporting the stream. Without their support, this stream would be much more stressful for me to do. Here is a looping ad of some ABI Music stuff, and we'll be back in a little while with the next band, Brass Whanganui.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on.
They're back, revving up the crowd. Great to have some helpers moving the stage around. Now, I mentioned their names before. Let me just grab them for you again, loyal viewers. Everyone's having a good time. We have Lisa Crawley helping out on stage, as well as Steve Smith and Gordon Riach. Lots of friendly faces down the stage. I think that's one of the best things about brass banding in New Zealand. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. It's the level of support. I think it's the level of support that you get when you're around New Zealand brass bands. Everyone's in to help out. Everyone's there to make really, really good music. Take it quite seriously. Commit to what you're doing. Make it good, but do it in a fun and friendly environment. And on the schedule, there's a brass band party at 8 p.m. tonight in the James Hay Auditorium. Wish I could go there. That'd be some fun. In the meantime, we are midway through the open B grade here. We're going to be hearing from Brass Whanganui, then Alpine Energy Timaru Brass with their musical director Paul Black. They'll be playing Relentless Advance, which I think is an apt description for the continued acceleration, for the continued advance of banding in New Zealand and the continued advance of music making. I think it's really great. I don't think any of the performances in B grade or A grade we've heard today or tomorrow, taken back in time 10 years, different kettle of fish. I think things are really coming along so well. After the Timaru band, we'll have Auckland City Brass with Mark Close. They'll be playing Year of the Dragon. Love Year of the Dragon. I'm very excited. I think it can be a very testing piece for B grade bands, but with the standard of B grade in New Zealand being what it is, looking forward to hearing what Auckland can do with it. Kaikorai Metropolitan Brass, Shane Foster, Kingdom of Dragons once again. And then the last band in the open B grade will be the Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass with Fraser Bremner conducting the Purcell Variations. Loyal viewers, while waiting, is it time for a little bit of show and tell? Would you mind if I just show off some stuff? I promise you'll like it. It's going to be really fun. I just want to show everyone, showing everyone my tuba. Here we are. This is my lovely, beautiful B-flat tuba. Found it on eBay. Plays like a dream. Makes it sound like I've been practicing lots and lots when in reality I haven't. It's a bit dented. The bell is meant to come off. That's not broken. That's meant to be that way. And the lovely team at Oswin's in Melbourne said they'd fix it up for me. So they've taken it apart. I just think this is interesting just to look at what... I've never seen a tuba get restored or any sort of brass instrument, but it's amazing what they can do. So pretty dinged up, pretty dented. Now it's looking pretty shiny. And they've got these great machines to roll out dents and all sorts of stuff. It's a real insight into what happens when you get a brass instrument repaired. And it's my instrument too, so I'm pretty excited. Look, that's all the bits of the tuba. It was in not great condition when I bought it off eBay. I didn't let it get to this condition. It's how it came to me. But I think that's just a huge difference. It's going to look brand new. I'm going to have to get a new case for it. to actually protect it. Check out that. How good is that going to look? And they put a guard on the bottom as well. That's just going to be pretty fun. So anyway, that's my show and tell. I'm really excited about that. And also ABI Music do great work. They also repair instruments over there in New Zealand. So if you do have an instrument and you might think it's a bit old, it's a bit wrecked, why bother, just get a new one. Pause and think, what if you get someone to fix it up a bit? They can do amazing work. Philip McCann is on the chat. Philip, great to chat with you earlier this year. Hope you're going well. Saying Adrian did a great job with Vaseby, and apparently Oliver Vaseby is pronounced with a V, not a W, because it's a Swiss German name. Thanks for that. Had no idea. Would have been saying it wrong for a long time. I believe that we're also moving ahead in the open C grade. In the other link, Tauranga City Brass, who are the defending champions, coming to the stage shortly, conducted by Steve Thompson. They'll be performing Lions of Legends. If you want to click across to the C grade hall, that will be happening quite soon. In the meantime, this is what's going on down the hall. It's a bit of a percussion tune-up event. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Clap them onto the stage if you would. This is Brass Whanganui, Bruce Jellyman conducting. They'll be performing Legacy for you here at the open B-grade section of the 2021 New Zealand National Brass Band Championships, coming to you live from the Christchurch Town Hall. It's been a wonderful weekend of music making. The B-grade standard is ridiculously high, and this is a ridiculously good B-grade band. Let's see what they can do. Really, really looking forward to this performance as they come out to the stage. Loyal viewers, please enjoy.
Just a quick reminder, at the after this next presentation there'll be a 20-minute intermission. The band currently on stage have chosen Legacy for brass band by Tom Devoren as their own choice selection today. The idea for Legacy was originally conceived in 2018 as a short work celebrating the life and achievements of Welsh politician Aneurin Bevan and the 70th anniversary of the British National Health Service. This test piece version, created for the 2020 Regional Brass Band Championships of Great Britain, was born from a desire to tell a more complete version of Bevan's story. In 3 continuous sections, Legacy is not only symbolic of Bevan's aspirational politics and character, but also of the experience of anyone whose life has been impacted by the NHS. The primary goal of the piece is to present bands with music that offers them the opportunity to create a performance with feeling as its driver. Whilst a sound foundation and technique is obviously required to achieve this convincingly, creating a complete emotional picture should be the primary concern of bands and conductors. No society can legitimately call itself civilised if a sick person is denied medical aid because of lack of means. That's a quote from Anya and Bevan in 1952. Legacy for Brass Band by Tom Devoren.
epic performance there. How good is that? Brass Whanganui, Bruce Jellyman conducting. That was Legacy by Tom Devoren. That was an exciting performance. I think that's going to be right up there. I hope the band's proud of that. Really, really wonderful sounds. Loved the energy, it just kept on going. Yeah, fabulous playing. Really, really loved it. Thank you, Brass Whanganui, for that fantastic performance. Congratulations for your performances yesterday. Very much enjoyed you on the Greater Bands as well. Another successful Nationals campaign complete for the magnificent Brass Whanganui. Check them out on the stage. How about that? Loyal viewers, did you enjoy that? I'm sure you did, because it was pretty spectacular playing. It's a brilliant hall as well. I hope you're liking the acoustic. I believe we're running with just 2 microphones sort of suspended up above the bands. And yeah, sounded pretty great to me. Hope you enjoyed it at home. I believe we're going into a short break here now, a 20-minute break before the next band coming to the stage. Next band on stage will be the Alpine Energy Timaru Brass. They'll be led by Paul Black. And over in the C grade we have Mosgiel Brass with Philip Craigie. They'll be playing variations on Maccabeus fairly soon. So we're going to go into a bit of a break, a bit of a holding pattern. If you want to have a chat, let me know. Good morning, Adrian. Good morning, Chris Hankey. Hello, Adrian. Which Adrian are you? That's the question. It is hard when you're just a name in the chat box. Philip McCann's watching as well. What an honour to have some brass banding royalty watching the live stream. It's wonderful. John Nugent says, excellent coverage, Tim. Well done. Thank you, John. I'm just part of the wider team bringing this to you today. We've got the fabulous people on the ground over in Christchurch as well. I'm just back here in the expansive brass band studio, the real nerve centre for live streaming. Interesting things happening over in C grade as well. We just heard Tauranga City Brass, who are defending champions. They won in a clean sweep back at the last Nationals in 2019. Can't say last year. Back in 2019, they just came off stage. High competition in the C grade bands. I think it's fantastic to see 10 C grade bands competing, 10 A grade bands competing, 8 B grade bands. I think there are 7 D grade bands and 1 youth band. So it's a lot of bands. I believe this is the biggest turnout in over 30 years for a New Zealand Brass Band Championship. I have a feeling it'll be even more bands turning out next year at Wellington. So pretty exciting times to be playing a brass instrument in the Southern Hemisphere. Tauranga is about to start in the C grade. Apologies. So if you want to click across and watch that, highly recommend you check out Tauranga while we're having a 20-minute break here on this stream. We'll be back after this looping ad from ABI Music, New Zealand's best brass retailer. 20-minute break, so we'll be back at about, I reckon, about 11 local time. 5 minutes past the hour, whichever hour that is for where you're watching. My name's Tim from Brass Band. Thanks for watching. Check out the C grade, check out the C grade. Tauranga in C grade, taken to the stage very shortly. They're very good. It's worth clicking across to the other stream and come back here in 15 minutes. You can also rewind back and forward to hear bands that you may have missed. Back soon.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on.
Welcome back. We have Alpine Energy Timaru Brass on stage here. With their musical director Paul Black. They'll be performing Relentless Advance.
Relentless Advance by Kerry Thomas will now be presented for us by our next band. Relentless Advance was commissioned for performance by Brisbane Brass No. 2 at the 2014 Australian National Band Championships. Kerry Thomas, the composer, shared the following about his piece. The title of this piece comes directly from the following quote, which comes from a video game of all places. "There is no way for you to stop our relentless advance." Something about the phrase just stuck with me, not only the particular combination of words, but also the sentiment behind it. The idea of a group of people uniting together against a common enemy, persisting to achieve a common goal, regardless of what is thrown at them. The words seemed to attach themselves well to a theme that had been floating around in my head. The sinister march starting at bar 40. The piece in places is meant to be a little dark in sentiment, and while it is never intended to be pragmatic, it is easy to attach ideas of war and battle, love and loss, victory and defeat to each of the sections. The second slow section in particular is undoubtedly a heartfelt romance. And it's no surprise that the victory at the end comes hand in hand with a restatement of this theme and the thought of returning home to a loved one. Kerry Thomas's Relentless Advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the coverage here today. That was some wonderful, wonderful playing. I hope you enjoyed that. Certainly did. Relentless Advance by Alpine Energy Timaru Brass. I've just been playing around a little bit here to see what's possible. And we can actually watch both streams at the same time if you're feeling a little bit bored like I am. So what we've done here in the brass band studio, as you can see, on two different sides here, we've got our two different screens running where we have content from both halls. So Mosgiel has just finished over in the open C grade, as you can see just over here, and over in the open B grade, just over here, while we're waiting for the next band to come on stage, which will be Auckland City Brass performing Year of the Dragon. So very, very exciting. I hope you're enjoying the coverage of the New Zealand Brass Band Championships for 2021, coming to you live from Christchurch. Team Brass Band in our brand new studio home here in Melbourne. Thank you to all of our kind supporters and loyal viewers for your donations, making this amazing facility possible. And a big thank you as well to the team on the ground over there in Christchurch. Alan from Multicam New Zealand, and a whole stack of people who are helping out wrangle cables, microphones, cameras, encoders, internet connections, all sorts of stuff to bring this all together. I think it's going really, really well. Loyal viewers, of course, it wouldn't be the same if you weren't watching. If you weren't watching, then what would really be the point, I guess, is the question. So, lots of stuff going on. We have got, I might just cut back down. Down the stage we have down on the stage we have some of the people who are doing the setting up on stage, and they've been constantly saying, hey, give us a shout out. So a bit of a shout out there, but really hope you're enjoying the coverage. We've got both streams up here in the Brass Band studio, thanks to all the loyal viewers who've made this possible. Sorry if my mic was a bit quiet before, but having a great time presenting this broadcast to you. Hopefully you're enjoying watching it. We have the next band, Auckland City Brass, coming up soon with Year of the Dragon, and over in the C Grade Hall we have Lebanon Districts about to perform Lake of the Moon. Now, just a few minutes ago I caught up with Fendel Hill, who was the composer. He's the champion, the solo, soprano cornet champion for this year. He took that out, and he's also the composer of the test piece in the open B grade. I caught up with him just a few minutes ago. Let's hear what he had to say. We're back very, very soon with Year of the Dragon. How are you going?
Doing really well, really well. It was exciting to be able to get across here. It looked a bit touch and go a week ago, and so really wrapped to be able to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you and I took very different paths. I was like, oh, not quite. And you just made it.
Yes, it helped being a New Zealand citizen, of course. That's what made it through.
Sure. How was yesterday for you? Epic day. I mean, having your work performed so many times.
It's surreal. I mean, I'm relatively new to serious composing, and so this is the first time I've actually sat and listened to someone play my test piece live.
Yep.
I've had one recording from Bjørsvik Brass in Norway, who sent me a recording of a concert they did of another test piece I wrote.
Yeah.
But to sit there and listen to your piece 8 times is just surreal and unbelievable and very, very moving, I must say.
Congratulations, a fantastic piece of music. I listened to it all 8 times and I enjoyed it every time. How did it get selected? Did you submit it for selection, or did someone on the organising committee say, hey, can we use your piece?
I paid Mark Ford thousands of dollars.
How many thousands? Many people are asking.
What had happened was that they actually asked for New Zealand's test pieces to be submitted for what was going to be last year's, and I submitted 3 of my test pieces, and there were 23 in total submitted, and I did think this might have been selected for the A grade because it's a bit difficult, but it came back with the B grade, and I was just absolutely delighted to be able to get any airtime at all, because that's the tough thing. No band will choose an unproven composer on an unproven test, and that's the real truth for us New Zealand and Australian composers. And it needs something like this to actually make it happen, and hopefully people enjoyed listening to it. I know the bands enjoyed playing it, so whether or not it sort of wins contests or not will be probably the prover.
You never know. We'll have to wait and see, I guess, for the results later tonight, and see who's picking it and selecting it again next time as they go on. What else do you have coming up? composition-wise? Do you have a lot of things on the boil, a couple of ideas, or what's next?
No, I usually work on one thing at a time. I actually wrote this piece back in late 2017, and I always joke about the fact that I usually either do that or jigsaw puzzles. And jigsaw puzzles go back in the box, and this one just goes in the box. And if anyone wants to know about it, and so it comes to air 4 years later. I had a hopeful feeling that if my work takes off, there'd be a back catalogue ready. And so as a result, there are 3 more test pieces, a number of sacred items, a couple of very, very cynical marches, and things like that, which is ready if people are interested in the stuff I produce. But if not, I enjoy them. They'll just sit in the jigsaw box at home.
Love the attitude. I love a good cynical march as well. They're some of my favourite. If bands out there if they want to support you, and I'm sure they do, how can they get in touch? How can they access more of your music? What's the best way?
Well, as you know, I'm a Facebook file, so I'm there. I have a Fendel Music channel on YouTube, and I have a website which Facebook doesn't like and thinks it's spam and has blocked, so I can't even quote it on Facebook, which was actually just fendel.com.au. Fendel with 2 L's.
How offensive.
It is. It's offensive. And when you get there, you find virtually one page with a whole heap of links that was developed by my son. And it's very basic, but at least it's got my email address, which is fendelmusic@hotmail.com. But everyone, I'm within a click away from anyone who sort of wants to find it. Fendel is a very distinctive name, thankfully.
It's a great name. It's tough being
They did a major they did a major works concert here, and they had all the works being performed. It was like Gregson, and then it had Hill, and I went, I really must get a more exciting last name to go with Fendel, but that's the way it goes.
Also, congratulations on the Soprano Championship. Well done.
Thank you. It's icing on the cake, something I didn't quite expect. But yes, it's coming home to Queensland.
Good, coming home.
It's where the trophy lives now in Queensland, the New Zealand Open Soprano one. Home to me is Australia. I'm a native New Zealander. I'm a proud native New Zealander. I'm a proud adopted son of Australia. I have enough love in my heart for both countries. But when it comes to sporting events, my blood runs black. However, I must say the biggest change is that my support for Australia has gone from number 208 in the world to number 2.
Yes, I understand. Can you just tell us what's the vibe like at the contest there? This is the first nationals in 2 years. It's one of the biggest New Zealand nationals of all time. What's the feeling like in the foyer? Is it very busy?
It's busy. There's people. It's never really deserted, and I just been able to catch up with people everywhere. I can't stop seeing people, and it's just everyone is just delighted to be back. And there is even a difference between here and Australia, that basically all you see is a QR code at the venue, which I just realised I've forgotten to do, and hand sanitizer, and then beyond that, it's just like normal life.
Beautiful.
So it's fantastic.
Oh, Fendel, great to have you. Ladies and gents, we'll just pause that little interview there and come back to it shortly. This is Auckland City Brass coming to the stage now. Their musical director, Mark Close, they'll be performing Year of the Dragon. I'm pretty excited because Year of the Dragon is obviously an awesome piece of music. It's a very challenging B-grade own choice. Can be challenging for a good A-grade band to play. As we were saying before, sometimes bands can struggle to get the technical bits right. And if you struggle to get the technical, how can you hope to get the musical elements working? But Auckland City Brass put on a stellar performance yesterday. They're one of the top B-grade bands in New Zealand. I have no doubt they can be all over the technical bits of this, and I'm so excited to hear their rendition of Year of the Dragon. Ladies and gentlemen, loyal viewers, I hope you are all so excited. Let's go down to the onstage MC. Looking forward to this performance very, very much. Good luck, everyone, in Auckland City Brass.
The band on stage have selected The Year of the Dragon by Philip Spark as their own choice test this morning. Composed in 1984, which incidentally was not the year of the dragon, the piece has become a favourite amongst players and audiences alike. The dragon, in fact, refers to the Welsh dragon rather than the Chinese zodiac. The first movement is entitled Toccata, which is typically a fast-moving, flamboyant piece of music. Philip Sparke opens with an intense percussive rhythmic motive. This sharp rhythmic element is a feature of the entire movement, though there are brief moments of respite, including a playful, almost swinging section, first introduced by the cornets. The second movement, entitled Interlude, features a beautiful, plaintive trombone solo. A somewhat more joyful chorale again offers some respite before the solo returns to bring the movement to a hushed close. The third movement, simply entitled Finale, opens with a fast-moving semiquavers which are quickly subsumed by a triumphal statement from the whole band. Midway through the movement, bells and a glockenspiel announce a change of character, ushering a fugue led by the trombones. Some of the earlier material reappears before the fugal melody returns, leading to a frantic conclusion which brings the listener back to the opening of the piece. It all ends with a final D major chord in the trombones, reminiscent of Brahms' Second Symphony. Philip Sparke's The Year of the Dragon.
Year of the Dragon, so exciting. Let's go Auckland City Brass. Oh yeah, that is huge applause. Well done, Auckland City Brass. That was absolutely exceptional. I love that piece. I loved your performance. Middle movement, great. First movement, so tidy. Could really feel it. That is an awesome band on stage. Auckland City Brass, conducted by Mark Close. They performed Philip Sparks' Year of the Dragon. That's probably the happiest I've been all weekend, just listening to that piece of music. Well done. Really, really enjoyed it. So good, so good. I wonder if we can get them on again a little bit later just to play it one more time, because I wouldn't mind hearing it again. Maybe I'll have to rewind the stream. Maybe that's the best. My name is Tim from Brass Band, and it's a pleasure to be here. We've got a close-up there of the drum major. You can see the drum major of Auckland City Brass just there. I think we're going to see if we can get an interview with her a little bit later on. We'll have to see how we go. Now, we are 2 bands away from finishing off the open B-grade section here at the New Zealand National Band Championships for 2021, coming to you live from Christchurch, where the music just doesn't stop. That was such a great performance, Year of the Dragon. I think it's my favourite one so far, but I'm incredibly biased because I love the piece so much. And I also think Auckland City Brass is a pretty cool band. So what are we going to do? I'm so glad I'm not an adjudicator. I would be rubbish. I think I probably can't. If I was adjudicating, I feel like it'd be like every band gets a tie for first place, not the person you want adjudicating your band, because I just love them all. 2 more bands to go. Kaikarai Metropolitan Brass. They'll be conducted by Shane Foster, performing Kingdom of Dragons. And then Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass with Fraser Bremner conducting Purcell Variations. Lots of great stuff happening. And over in the C grade, I believe we have Norwest Brass just on stage. They're playing Kaleidoscope with Matt Tumata conducting, and then one more band in C grade as well. We have Woolston Concert Brass, Kevin Hickman conducting. They'll be playing Dark Side of the Moon. Another great piece of music. So don't forget to flick over to the C grade right now if you like. So we probably have about 5 minutes before the next band comes onto the stage here in the main hall. We're expecting Kaikarai Metropolitan Brass very, very shortly with Kingdom of Dragons. Now, remember, all of these bands played yesterday in the Open B grade hymn and test section, and I did catch up with Fendel Hill, who's the composer of the test piece yesterday. I think what we're going to do now is just flick back to that interview that we did a little bit later on. We jumped out halfway through, so we're going to jump back in at around about the same spot. Apologies if you're not quite sure what we're talking about. Basically, we're talking with Fendel about the piece he composed, how people can get access to more of his music, and what it's like at the championship on the ground at the moment. Let's go back to Fendel. Chat. Look forward to hearing and seeing more of you around the traps. Any messages
Yes.
for viewers watching?
No, there will be a little surprise. I actually composed 2 minutes of an own choice that's happening today. And since they're in a session now, I can probably tell you that Upper Hutt is doing a lovely centenary variations, which put together four or five composers at once. And I had the honor of writing the first two or 3 minutes of that. So first 2 or 3 minutes of mine, and then it gets good.
Fantastic. They've just walked off stage a couple of minutes ago, so I have to troll back through and have a listen to that one.
Oh, they have. Have I missed it?
They have.
Really?
There might be.
It's Upper Hutt in the C grade,
Upper Hutt
not Hutt in the B grade.
Upper Hutt and
Yeah,
C grade just finished off, so you go back and you can rewind and watch. I might even be able to send you a link for one of the composers for that one.
That'd be wonderful. Wonderful. Messages support our Australian and New Zealand composers. Jared McCurney, David Woodcock, those guys. Give them a chance. Give these guys a chance. Get some new music out there. Europe is watching. UK is watching. They need new music, and the more we play it here, the more recordings we can get, the more we can shove over there. I've had some high-level people. I had 2 people from the European Brass Band Commission find my same piece simultaneously. One of them being Frode Reideland, who then played it in Bjornsvik, the other one being Paul Hindmarsh. And they are crying out for new music, and we can produce it over here because we have all the inspiration, and they're all depressed and cold over there, so they don't write really any decent music anymore.
And I really feel that the Southern Hemisphere, we've got our own sort of set of traditions emerging and fresh ideas and fresh ways of doing brass banding in many ways. And it's great to see sort of the Southern Hemisphere slowly start to take over what's happening up on the other side of the world.
I hope so.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Fendel, awesome to chat. Enjoy your day.
Okay, pleasure talking. Bye, everybody.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what is going on with Fendel. Don't forget, we should be supporting local composers, local musicians, because I think in New Zealand, probably also here in Australia, we have such wonderful talent just waiting to be unleashed upon the brass banding world. I think it's great. I really do believe that here in the Southern Hemisphere, we've got some really special traditions and a way of doing brass banding in that community and the positivity behind it that the Northern Hemisphere just doesn't have quite yet. So I think we should be spreading what we do far and wide. As you can see, we're back here in our enormous palatial studio having a great time. We have just over here, we have Open C grade, which is underway. Can click across if you like to watch them directly. And over here we have the main hall behind me, where we're just waiting for the next band to come on stage. 2 more bands to perform in each of C grade and B grade. We are looking for Kaikorai Metropolitan Brass to take to the stage very, very shortly to play Kingdom of Dragons. They'll be followed by the Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass with Purcell Variations. I'd like to say a shout out to ABI Music. ABI Music are supporting the live stream. They've helped pay for this enormous studio that we're in at the moment. Couldn't do it without them, or we probably could, but it'd be really stressful and not as good. So please support ABI Music if you're over in New Zealand. Get in touch with them if you're looking for brass instruments, repairs, just some advice. They're really great. If you're someone watching at home and you told your significant other you're not going to go and watch them in the contest, you're going to watch them on the stream instead, maybe you should buy them a brand new mouthpiece so they still feel loved. ABI Music can certainly help you with that. On the chat, people are saying just how good Auckland City Brass's performance of Year of the Dragon was. I agree, pretty great. Andrew Savage, Chris Hankey, Nana Lynn, and we also have Robin Belcher on the chat. Greetings and congratulations to all from a Kiwi in Texas. He was a member of Onslow back in the 1970s. So hello, Robin. Hope you're going well over there in Texas. We also have Mark Ford on the chat. Hey, Mark. Hope lockdown's treating you okay. Who also very much enjoyed Auckland's performance. So don't forget, if you are looking to watch the C grade, you can jump across on the website right now to have a look at that. C grade in New Zealand has a very high standard and is very well worth listening to. And I think that's really where the strength of the very top A grade bands that we heard last night are obviously spectacular, but they're built on such a strong foundation. There are really strong bands in B grade and C grade as well. So it's not like there's just 1 or 2 bands that are very good at the top of A grade in New Zealand. I'd say there's about 10 bands that are very good in A grade in New Zealand, built on all of the hard work in B grade, C grade and D grade. I feel like sometimes as an Australian, that's where Australian banding can fall over. Sure, we've got some stellar bands that pop up from time to time and some that consistently maintain their position. Hats off to you, Brisbane Excelsior. But then things below that, they're very up and down year to year. There's not always that level of consistency right at the middle of the movement, in the middle of the grade, pushing things forward. But that absolutely exists in New Zealand and is why you should be listening to C grade now instead of listening to me. Mark Ford says the studio looks magnificent. I was painting these walls all night, Mark. But we got there. We got there. I should mention that Norwest Brass, who are on at the moment in C grade, seems they were recently formed in 2014. So it's great to see new bands happening all the time as well. We're going to jump back down to the stage because I think we are very, very close to having the next band come out. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. I'm having a great time here in the Brass Band studio, getting things to work. We will be underway with the next band in the open B grade pretty soon. Then a bit of a break, coming back with open A grade. Before I go down to the stage, just want to mention we're going to be hearing Music of the Spheres twice in A grade, own choice, Old Licks Blues Dub, Explorers of the Moon, Dynasty, La Passion, Red Priest, English Heritage, Isaiah 40 and Revelation. Pretty exciting. Here we go, down to the stage.
Kingdom of Dragons by Philip Harper will now be played for us by the band on stage. The Kingdom of Dragons is Gwent in South Wales, known in ancient times as the Kingdom of Gwent. This piece was commissioned in 2009 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Gwent Music Centre. Although the music is continuous, it is divided into 4 distinct sections: Monmouthshire, which has a large number of ancient castles; Blaenau Gwent, an area for iron and coal mining; Torfaen, where Pontypool Park is a notable landmark; and Newport, the largest city in the region. The music starts with a 2-bar fanfare, which sets out all the thematic material of the piece with a mood of pageantry of ancient times. The music subsides and we literally descend into the coal mines of Blaenau Gwent, with machinery clunking and the perilous white knuckle ride of the underground train. This journey leads us to the tranquility of Pontypool Park, a place of great natural beauty and distant views of the castles of Monmouthshire. This then leads us into the final section, which portrays Newport as a symbol of progression and optimism for the future within the Kingdom of Dragons. Philip Harper's Kingdom of Dragons.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, the Kaikorai Metropolitan Brass. Shane Foster conducting Kingdom of Dragons. Fantastic performance. Well done, everyone on stage. Loved it. I think it's a pretty good feeling walking off stage when you know you've done a good job. Hello viewers, Tim from Brass Band. I'm your streaming host for this morning or this evening or this afternoon or tonight's broadcast. We have one more band in the open B grade. Then this hall will be having a break for probably about 90 minutes before we come back with the open A grade own choice performances. The final band on will be the Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass. Band number, well, they'll be playing in 8th position. I think they're actually band number 7, I think. You know how the program's got the list of bands. All of that, very good. Musical director will be Fraser Bremner. Fraser did a great job yesterday with the band, as did his brother Dave Bremner with Wellington, who we'll be hearing a little bit later on. So the final B grade band will be performing Purcell variations, or if you would like to head across to the C grade hall, we have Woolston Concert Brass on stage right now, right this second, performing The Dark Side of the Moon. So we'll have the Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass here shortly. After that, we'll be on break until 3:30 p.m. local time, which will be actually quite a long break. Sorry, I'm just getting my times all confused. But this afternoon, the A grade will be listening to North Shore Brass, who were an absolute standout yesterday with Harman Van Horn conducting. They'll be performing Old Licks Bluesed Up. We'll hear NSB Nelson City Brass, another standout performance. I thought Nelson was absolutely up there in the A grades yesterday. Nigel Weeks conducting Music of the Spheres, another top piece of music. Woolston Brass, huge sounds yesterday. They played a great version of the test piece. Time Masters conducting Explorers on the Moon. My understanding is that's the sequel to Destination Moon by someone who's not... Anyway, Explorers on the Moon, leave it there. Waitakere Auckland Brass, Grant Langdon conducting Dynasty. Leopard Coach Lines Canterbury Brass. Andrew Snell up with them playing La Passion. Marlborough District Brass with Kevin Mosley and Red Priest. I love Red Priest. Great piece of music. Ascot Park Hotel Brass of Invercargill. They were last on last night. They did a terrific job with Philip Johnston conducting English Heritage. I don't know what Phil did, but I thought the bass section, the tubes at Ascot Park Hotel Brass of Invercargill sounded a bit fatter than normal. It's just having Phil conducting just sort of brings some more bass end to the ensemble. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it was just all placebo in my head. St Kilda Brass with Peter Adams playing Isaiah 40. Wellington Brass, Dave Bremner performing Revelation. I think Revelation is what Wellington played in 2015 when they came to the Australian National Band Championships. I think that might have been their own choice then, but that's a lot of years ago and I don't have a very good memory, so could be wrong. Hamilton City Brass with the final A-grade band on. Mason Elliott, and they'll also be performing Music of the Spheres, and that's a great piece to wrap up the A-grade competition with. Hamilton did so well yesterday. I was saying before, I think one of the big differences between Australian and New Zealand banding is just the standard of the middle of the pack, if there is a middle of the pack. In New Zealand, it's incredibly high. There are sort of a couple of favourite bands that you think you're going to do a bit better, but then you listen to every single band perform and you realise that any band on any given day could pull out the winning performance if things go the right way, which makes for an incredibly exciting time on stage and for us to listen to. We will also be going into a break shortly in the C-grade hall over here, the C-grade hall, then coming back at about 2:30 p.m. with the youth and D-grade bands. So Norwest Zephyrs, Woolston Junior Band, Mutta Mutta Brass, Ragiora Brass, New Brighton Silver Band, Roxburgh Pioneer Energy Brass, and Kumu Brass Incorporated. So lots to look forward to on the live stream. Thank you once again to our friends at ABI Music for supporting the live stream. Without them, things wouldn't be going quite as well. This is the warm-up act on stage in the main hall. Saying g'day to everyone watching on the live stream. Hope you're waving back, loyal viewers. It's great to have such a team of helpers making sure everything is running smoothly in Christchurch. So lots to look forward to. Thank you to ABI Music for supporting the live stream. A reminder to sign up for the Brass Band mailing list. There's a link just at the top of the Brass Band website. We've also got some merch for sale. I said before we've sold out of merch. Not 100% accurate. There's a stack of merch at Oswins. Oswins are the wonderful people who are redoing my tuba. I'll show you some photos of that in a moment. But you can buy online from Oswins if you're looking for some Brass Band merchandise. There's a selection available on their website. Shipping might cost a bit more if you're getting it shipped to New Zealand than what's listed on the site. Get in touch with them, they'll sort it out. Oswins are super supportive. It's great to have lots of people helping us out. ABI Music, really appreciating their support, and Oswins of redoing my tuba, which I think is really exciting. I showed some pictures of what my tuba looked like, and it looked really dented, and they're taking it apart completely. They're rolling it out. They're not using magnetic balls, they're using like roller bits, like machine rolling pins. Don't know. I'm going to get in there next time there's not a lockdown and see if we can get a couple of videos of what goes on. However, I can tell you this is what the tuba looked like at the start. Then midway through, it's looking a bit more like this, which I think is great. So thanks to Oswins, you can buy some merch from them if you like. There's a link on the Brass Band website in like the top menu bit, if you can get to that. If you can't, drop a line in the chat and we will sort you out. Okay, I think we might leave it on a wide shot of the stage as we wait for the final B-grade band to come on. And then after that, we'll be having a lunch break for a little while and then coming back with A-grade in this hall, D-grade and youth bands in the other hall. Thanks for watching. I'm Tim from Brass Band. Here's a bit of a loop from ABI, then back to the stage.
Right, the band on stage now will present Purcell Variations by Kenneth Downey. Purcell Variations, composed in 1995, the year of the tercentenary of the death of English composer Henry Purcell, was a watershed work in that it was Kenneth Downey's first extended composition to be published independently of the Salvation Army, and it was intended for wider use. For his theme, Downey has chosen what has come down to us as the hymn tune Westminster Abbey, which is in fact an adaptation made in 1842 by Ernest Hawkins, who was a canon of Westminster Abbey where Purcell himself had been organist. Purcell's original is actually the closing section of an anthem, O God, Thou art my God, where it provides the final paean of praise sung to repeated hallelujahs. Purcell Variations consists of 5 variations preceded by an extended introduction and theme. In the first variation, Purcell's lilting dance pulse has been transformed into a bright, playful sequence in which each phrase of the melody is given its own transformation. In the second, Purcell's opening gambit is extended into a graceful flowing waltz, featuring solo and first horn at the top of the register. The composer offers a range of metronomy speeds in this movement, in which he is emulating the wistful elegance of Erik Satie's famous Gymnopédie. We enter the world of big band jazz in Variation 3, where Purcell's tune strides along with added syncopation and bluesy major-minor thirds to the fore. After the breathless energy and blazing brass of the big band, Downey moves into his home territory for a beautifully worked lyrical variation. There is an enhanced urgency about the final variation, which opens with an extended reprise of the work's introduction. Purcell's second and third phrases provide the preparation for an exuberant return in customary triumph to Purcell's Hallelujah. Purcell Variations by Kenneth Downey.
And well-deserved applause for the final B grade performance for the 2021 New Zealand National Band Championships. The Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass, Fraser Bremner conducting with a fantastic rendition of Purcell Variations. Really nice playing by the entire band. This band was an absolute standout yesterday and once again have come out with a great performance. Be interesting to see what the adjudicators think. Luckily I'm not an adjudicator. Take a bow. Fraser, take a bow. Well done. Congratulations to the whole band. I think it sounded great. I think the entire B grade own choice section that we have just finished listening to has been great as well. Hello loyal viewers. Tim at Brass Band here in the Melbourne studio, just crossing in and out live to Christchurch as we see what's going on. The music has kind of stopped across both halls for the next little while. So just to let you know that as we zoom out to have a look at both screens beside me, we can see that we're just waiting on results for the C grade, which will be coming up very, very soon. I believe we'll be having a few presentations, speeches, and the B grade results in this room as well quite shortly. Following that, we'll be on break and we get back underway at about 2:30 p.m. in hall number 2, where the C grade was. We'll have the D grade and the youth grade bands in there from 2:30 local time. And then at 3:30 local time, local to New Zealand, we'll be back in here with music with North Shore Brass kicking off the open A grade afternoon, which will be quite fun. It's a whole stack of really, really great own choices that I'm very excited to hear. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Thank you once again to ABI Music. Thank you to music retailers all over the place. Without all of the right people in this sort of community music ecosystems, the people who are selling instruments, providing financial support, people who are buying instruments, playing them, the conductors getting up to conduct and give it all reason, and the audience and the loyal viewers across the world listening, it just wouldn't work out. So everyone's playing their part, and thanks to ABI Music for supporting the stream and supporting this magnificent studio we've managed to whip up basically overnight. What a time to be alive. Now we'll be waiting for the C grade results, which we might bring you live in here. We'll have to wait and see what is going on with the B grade results, but I think we'll have some speeches, then results. So probably results 30 minutes away or so. Now is a great time to be rewinding the player. Questions about recordings. I can't leave recordings up for very long at all. It becomes copyright tricky. I just avoid copyright tricky and keep it as a live event, and then we see what happens after that. So you can rewind the stream while it's live. You can rewind it for up to 12 hours, which should pretty much get you through the day. Because I don't think we're streaming for more than 12 hours today, fingers crossed. So now's a great time to go back and have a look at some of the magnificent B grade performances. I myself might go back and relive the glory that was Year of the Dragon, because I thought that was a pretty fantastic performance. So let's wait for some results in both the C grade and the B grade, and then as I said, we'll be back at 2:30 p.m. local time with the youth and D grade bands, and back at about 3:30 local time with the open A grade. In the meantime, I might grab a little bit of breakfast because it's that time of the day. Forthcoming things, just a few plugs about Team Brass Band. Hi, Tim from Brass Band. Lovely for you to be watching me, I hope. I love brass bands, I love concert bands, I love music, I love listening to it, I love streaming it because I love the toys, I love bringing it to a big audience. I've been doing it now for quite a while and really excited to be broadcasting this competition. The next one that I thought I was looking forward to streaming was the Victorian State Band Championships, middle of August. There's a little bit of a lockdown situation in Victoria, Australia at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see if that is able to go ahead or not. Then maybe end of August, the South Australian Band Championships. Fingers crossed. I can tell you with 100% certainty I will be in New Zealand next year, vaccinations permitting, for the New Zealand Pipe Band Championships. That'll be in March. That'll be in Auckland. Really looking forward to that. The pipe band people are lovely. Not as lovely as brass band people, but they're lovely. So keep an eye out for that. Hopefully there's more events before the end of the year as well. And then absolutely I will be in Wellington because things will 100% be opened up by then. I can't wait to get back over there. Is it the Michael Fowler Centre again in Wellington for Nationals? I hope so. Great venue. And the Australian National Band Championships around Easter time. Not sure what's going on. we might be doing a big sort of stream like this with different states putting on their own events and having them all streamed into the one. So wait and see, sign up to the Brass Band mailing list so you can keep track. We also have the merchandise that's being sold by our friends and partners at Oswins here in Australia. So if you're on the Brass Band website, you can click on the menu up the top, and you'll see a link to buy merch if you feel like doing that. You can look pretty cool. And now I've got a chat message come in that resonates with me. It's from Nana Lynn, who's actually in the other hall. She says, I wish I could go to the brass band party starting at 8 o'clock tonight in Christchurch and listen to the Army Band until 1 a.m. when they close the bar. We all wish that. But if you are in Christchurch, please make sure you attend the social function. That's really one of the big reasons to be part of a community music ensemble, is that social interaction that you can get in it. Now we're going to go back to this looping ad. You've heard me jabber on enough. Hi everyone, we'll go to our looping ABI music ad and be back with the results here as soon as they occur, and I'll also just jump in as soon as the C grade results start getting underway in the other hall. Otherwise we're on lunch break for around about 2 hours, and we will be back soon.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just jumping across to the C grade hall as C grade results are announced. I will bring you B grade results as soon as things start happening here in the main hall. Back into the C grade for C grade results. B grade results coming soon.
This time pressing, but I do want to say a few things because I think today's last 2 days events and all the work that the bands have put in really deserves some compliments, really, basically, and that's really what I'm hoping to do. Just talking about the hymn tune first, it's really hard to pick a hymn tune, and I like to refer it to what it's supposed to be known as, and sometimes it gets known as a hymn, sometimes it gets known as a sacred item, but I understand, and I think I'm correct in saying that it is actually listed as a reflective item, and of course that opens up a whole new world of pieces that you can play, and I really encourage people to search further than just hymns. I mean, last night there was about 8 hymns out of 10 and a couple of reflective items, and I have absolutely no problem with hymns. I probably my first port of call for this type of competition, but please explore other avenues. It's really important that you're happy to go on and play a hymn or a reflective item that you enjoy and that matches your band strengths. And what I'd really like to think of is you starting to look further afield to maybe thinking about getting a composer. And New Zealand, I can't emphasise this more. New Zealand has some really great up-and-coming composers and arrangers. Please use them for this type of contest. If you can't find the perfect reflective item, get somebody to write you one. Give them a list of all your strengths and tell them what you want, and they'll write you something. It might cost you, a bit of money, but it'll save your budget in the end because you buy about 5 pieces to get one of them. So let's start broadening your horizons and commission and get some new music going out there. It'll be really good, and particularly New Zealand composers, because they can do it. There's some marvellous young talent coming along, and I can't emphasise any more. So the hymn tunes there was some good playing. I've got to admit I was a little bit disappointed in the ensemble of some of the bands. The balance was okay, but just the tightness of entries and stuff like that. And of course, that's what hymns are about, or reflective items, starting together. And the emphasis I place on finishing together as well, because if you don't finish together, people bail on a chord a little bit early, then you lose the integrity of the chord, and you probably will hear those words a lot in my comments. Okay, we move on to the test piece. Is David Woodcock in the house? No. I think we should show a rousing applause for David's composition fanfares. It was a test, and it's significant that I think that probably the points in the own choice today were a lot closer and probably a little bit more impressive than what they were yesterday. Because a test, of course, you've got to play it, and absolutely no disrespect to David's piece. Some of you might not have chosen to play it, but when you've got a test, you actually have to go out and really study it and find out, what your strengths are and how you're going to go about playing that test. And of course, you only didn't have to go very far, apart from the first 2 bars, to realise that you probably needed your band to be able to double tongue, at least 2 double tongues, to be able to get through the start nice and tidy. And if you couldn't, then some bands did try other ways, like leaving out the double tonguing and coming in on the semi-quavers, which almost worked. But really there was no other thing other than just practicing that little section over and over again. And I would have been looking at that with my band and starting right from day one, incorporating it into my warm-ups, incorporating it into anything I possibly could. Just to make sure that thing, because it happened in every section except for the basses, they had to play it, and quite a lot of times, and so that was really important, and that little opening motif needed to be nice, clear and concise. A tie in music, or a dotted note, is one of the biggest scourges on music, really, because you either hold it too long or you hold it too short, and David popped a little semi-quaver rest in there, but and that was to make it nice and clear and get that down. That's really what it had to be. But you have to get 30 people, or however many in the section, to do that exactly at the same time, and it needed practice. So I can't really overemphasise how much I placed on that. But probably the first thing that I did about looking at this piece was I read the synopsis, and I picked out some words from the synopsis, like formidable, towering over, power, authority, complete with noblemen and knights. That was the first movement, and there's some powerful words in there. Towering over, what a marvellous description of something that you had to try and capture in the music. Power, you know, he's talking about castles. This building is a castle, and now it's back in all its glory, and you can just imagine how, you know, you had to try and imagine a scene of riding through the valleys or the hills of Wales and coming across this formidable, powerful building. And that was what I was trying to imagine in my mind when it was happening, when they were playing it. And most of the time it was there, the power was there, but I don't know whether the word majestically was always followed. You know, he wrote it in English rather than Mosto, so he gave us all the words in English, just to sometimes using English words like formidable, towering over. You know, those are powerful words, and it can bring the music alive. And those were the words that I was, or the style and the sort of what you were trying to show needed to be like that. And then we moved on to the second movement, which had to be gentle. You know, you're gentle to a baby. You don't grab it by the scruff of the neck because it caused us a forte, a crescendo from the start. You know, it just had to be all gentle. And there's times where I'm probably on the recording where I'm just...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome to the stage Graham Hickman, Chair of the Contest Committee, and John Sullivan, President of the Brass Band Association of New Zealand.
Will I talk now?
Absolutely.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a historic week for Christchurch. The New Zealand Brass Band Championships are the country's longest running festival, starting here in Christchurch in 1880 in the Christchurch Drill Hall. It's also been the largest national championships in 30 years, with over 1,300 musicians from 39 bands. And of course, it's been the first nationals in Christchurch since 2008. We had scheduled to have one here in 2012, but a little earthquake got in the way. And of course, last year, COVID turned up. These events can't occur with a great amount of financial support, so I do need to make a special thanks to our major sponsors, Shanti and the team at Christchurch, New Zealand, the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, the Christchurch City Council, and I'd like to make a special mention to Events Ōtautahi, particularly Turlock from Events Ōtautahi. In 2017, we first sat down and started planning to have this event in this fabulous venue, and I'd just like to make a special thank you to Turlock for all the work you put into ensure we could be here. Thank you. I'd also like to make a special mention to Dame Adrian Stewart. New Zealand and Christchurch are very lucky to have such a wonderful patron of the arts. Thank you, Adrian. And there, of course, are the individual event sponsors which are listed in your program, which we could not have done this event without. So thank you, all of you. I'd also like to make a quick thank you to Wellington and Dunedin contest committees. They were scheduled to host the contest this year and next year, but they both agreed to push it out for a year, so that allowed us to be here this year, so thank you very much. And people, staff. A contest doesn't run without a huge amount of work. So I'd like to thank the yellow-shirted and yellow-carded volunteers that have been running around all week. We could not have done this without you. Thank you very much. There's the Festival of Brass Committee and their assistants, Kathy, Rebecca, Steve, Dennis, Helen, John, Graham, Georgia, Cameron and Todd. Thank you very much. And of course, adjudicators. You can't have competitions without adjudicators. Chief adjudicators David and Alan, and all the other adjudicators that have adjudicated the solo and ensemble events. Thank you very much. Lastly, I'd like to thank bands for having the faith in our little contest committee to have another crack at it this year after the fiasco of last year. Thank you very much, John. And I would like to thank all the musicians that turned up this week. A national championships is nothing without you, ladies and gentlemen. And this year, you've done great. As you'll have seen out there, Christchurch is still a bit of a work in progress, but there is a lot to see and do, and your presence here this week has really given the city's hospitality industry a real vital boost, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, please don't forget for the musicians, the big brass band party this evening. The foyer bar will open at 5 p.m. and the James Hay will open as soon as we can reconfigure it after the youth and D grades. The New Zealand Army Band will be on stage to entertain all evening. It is a free event and the bar will close at 1 a.m, at which point you'll all be thrown out. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fully aware that you are sitting awaiting results and hearing me speak is the last thing you're interested in. However, I ask for your patience as it is important that we take a moment to thank everyone involved in making this event one of the best we have ever had. I will do my best to acknowledge everyone, however my sincere apologies if I omit anyone, it's certainly not intentional. Firstly, congratulations to the Contest Committee and the Chair, Major Graham Hickman, for a job well done. Since our first national contest 141 years ago, this event had only previously been cancelled on 3 occasions. During the World War years 1916 to 1914 and 1941 to 1945, and also following the 1931 Napier earthquake. It was therefore not an easy decision to cancel the 2020 contest, but it was the right one as New Zealand and the world battled with the worldwide pandemic. With only 3 South Island contests in the last 10 years and 13 years since we were last in Christchurch, there was a very strong support to keep the event here for 2021. So a huge thank you to Graham and the Festival of Brass team for agreeing to another 12 months' work and everything that was involved in having to replan, renegotiate with suppliers, sponsors and supporters. The committee have worked tirelessly to ensure that this week will be remembered for all the right reasons, and supported by the many volunteers, they have put on a fantastic effort to help create a wonderfully smooth-running event. When it became clear that international travel would continue to be a challenge, we're extremely fortunate to be able to call on quality and experienced local adjudicators. To our judge for this event, Mr. David Gallagher, we thank you for your hard work and musical wisdom over the last 4 days. I trust you, I trust you have enjoyed the experience and no doubt will make a number of new friends from at least one band this evening. We are extremely grateful to the Christchurch City Council and Christchurch New Zealand as principal contest sponsors. Your ongoing commitment to this event has been critical in making it a success. The people of Christchurch too have made us feel very welcome, and it was heartening to see so many of the public again at the Street March. Appropriately, a big thank you to the RNZAF Band, the sponsors of the B-grade events, and to the Woolston Brass and the New Zealand Army Band for both generously supplying our on-stage percussion and all the local support provided. I would also like to make special mention of one of our wonderful benefactors, Dame Adrian Stewart, who sponsored many of the solos, junior solos and ensemble events. To all our sponsors and trade stands, we say a huge thank you. So a reminder to everyone to make sure we take the opportunity to support the many companies and groups that support our movement. Without the financial assistance from these fine organisations and individuals, we simply couldn't operate as we do. We also must acknowledge our extremely hard-working contest manager, Helen Lee. Helen has put in months of preparation and planning to make this contest happen. And to everyone who has given of their time, supervisors, volunteers, adjudicators, and members of the National Executive, again, a job well done. Thank you all. Finally, and most importantly, to the bands and competitors. It was indeed great to see such a large number of bands competing this week. And thank you all for showing just how strong and healthy our movement is. For all bands, we appreciate that it is not inexpensive to attend a national contest. But without you, we would not have a contest. And we are extremely fortunate and blessed to be able to hold an event such as this. I therefore look forward to seeing you all in Wellington in 12 months' time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday 33 bands took part in the Parade of Bands sponsored by the New Zealand Army Band. It's a great pleasure now to announce the place getters for the B grade. So the place getters in the B grade street march are third place, the Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass, Drum Major Amanda Bolland. In second place is Alpine Energy Timaru Brass, Drum Major Dwayne Bloomfield. And the champion B grade marching band for 2021 is Brass Whanganui, Drum Major Jonathan Greenwell. Please now welcome Chief Marching Judge Dennis Spurdle to present the Musgrove Shield to the champion B grade marching band. The Keith Manning Memorial Shield for the champion Drum Major in the B grade street march is awarded to Dave Clearwater from Addington Brass.
A bit of a shock for us all.
The Brass Band Association of New Zealand Challenge Trophy, which is presented to the band other than an A-grade band gaining the highest points in the street march, is awarded for 2021 to Brass Whanganui. And the Bob Gillies Memorial Trophy for the most entertaining band on parade is awarded to Brass Whanganui.
There was one more trophy, wasn't it?
No, I've done that
That one.
now, those two.
Oh, yeah, it's done.
Yep.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the stage our Chief Adjudicator, David Gallagher, to speak about the performances in this event over the past 2 days.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Me mihi ki a koe me taki mahi whakahaere. Thank you very much for the privilege of being able to adjudicate you. I know we're fill-ins, so I'm not sure if Brett Baker is up in the UK at the moment. I probably doubt it's about 1 o'clock in the morning, isn't it? But it has been an honour to listen to your performances over the last couple of days, and I've had a wonderful few days. Long days, but exhilarating. Yesterday, I should go through the events in order. You probably want me to talk about but I'll talk about the solos first. I was privileged to be given the under-15s and just had the pleasure of listening to wonderful players. So our future is in great hands. There are some very, very skilled young people playing in our movement. So that's a tribute to all the wonderful teaching going on. So there's some people doing some great things around the country. So looking forward to their development as they go forward. To the sacred events, the sacred item. And I guess the comments are very similar that I've got for the A grade. Thank you, first of all, for choosing a variety of sacred items. There was a couple of lavinums. So lavinum seems to be the sacred item of the weekend. It's an interesting thing, isn't it, picking a sacred item. What do you do? Do you pick a challenging work for your band? Do you pick a musically satisfying piece? Or do you pick a simple little 1.5-minute warm-up to get into the main event? So those sort of thoughts, I guess, are behind some of the choices. But the usual things, you don't need me to say that chord's not quite in tune or one thing and another. One little thing I will make, it was common across both the grades, was that if you're marked towards the end, if you've got a pause to finish with, and you've got a retard and a multi-rel and then another written, all slowing down, everything must be relevant. So there was a need, or there seemed to be a desire of conductors to play that chord, get it out of the road, stop, off. So yeah, do take time to let those pauses have breathing space. And that's another thing, the phrasing and the breathing, letting the music breathe. Don't be in a hurry to get through to the next phrasing. That's probably, again, a thing that all bands need to look at. For the test piece, when I had the music delivered to me, I did look at it and think, whoa, the B-grade band's going to really have to work hard at this. There'll be some soprano players resigning instantly, wandering out. So you can talk to Fendel. Oh, at least Fendel's back there. Fendel, you've done a great job. I think you need to give Fendel an acknowledged round of applause. I know you're living in Australia, Fender, but we'll still claim you as one of our own. So it is lovely to play our music of one of our own people. So I thought all the performances yesterday were wonderful. I don't know what Fendel thought, but it was extremely difficult to adjudicate yesterday. Because I must admit, I did expect that there would be lots of casualties in that work. On the trombone line was difficult. I did enjoy the people there that really made an effort to get at the jazz idiom on that, and one or two did. And soprano players, look, you hung on bravely. So you all deserve a pat on the back from A, from Fendel, and B, from your conductors. So well done. I guess what I picked out overall was that the most consistent performance. I think there were 8 really good performances, but a couple of them were more consistent throughout. So, and that may not have even been the best performance. Well, at least it was throughout. But there were some moments where every band had a section that may have been better than other sections. But those that sat through it all, well, we'll see if we agree, but I tried to just give the most consistent performance the prize. The own choices today, not quite so even. Maybe it was all that work you had to put into temperamental that didn't get into that, the own choice so much, but there were some great choices. And again, I went for the overall performance. One band played an extremely technically challenging piece and did extremely well on it, but not all the way through. So there were issues of that ilk to contend with, but there were four, I think, really performances that stood out being complete. And they seemed to involve the audience, and they got into the character of the work and maintained it through, and did very well. But look, my congratulations to the B grade. I've kept an eye on the B grade on live stream over the years from Australia, and it always has been a really competitive grade. And so you should all be very proud of your performances this weekend. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and remember, it's the best performance that I've adjudicated today, not the best band. So look, thank you very much, and all the very best for your continued banding. Cheers.
Right, we'll read the results for the sacred item in program order. Addington Brass, 44. Alpine Energy Timaru Brass, 42.5. Auckland City Brass, 43. Brass Wanganui, 44.5. Hutt City Brass, 43.5. Kaikarai Metropolitan Brass, 42.5. The Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass, 43. Trust Porirua City Brass, 42.5. So third place goes to Hutt City Brass, second place to Addington Brass, and the winner of the 2021 B grade sacred item and receiving the Belgrave Cup is Brass Wanganui. I would like to invite Fraser Bremner to present the special award for the Outstanding Soloist in the B grade test selection. The 2021 winner of the Doris Bremner Memorial Shield is the Principal Cornet from Hutt City Brass.
Principal Cornet, this is President to Principal Cornet, Hutt City Brass.
Thank you. I'll now read the results for the test piece, or the Addington Brass, 88. Alpine Energy Timaru Brass, 83. Auckland City Brass, 85. Brass Wanganui, 90. Hutt City Brass, 91. Kaikorai Metropolitan Brass, 85. The Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass, 89. And Trust Porirua City Brass, 84. So the third place goes to the Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass, second place to Brass Wanganui, and the winner of the 2021 B-grade test selection and receiving the Caldwell Cup is Hutt City Brass. I would like to invite David to present the special award for the Outstanding Principal Cornet in the B-grade Own Choice. The 2021 winner of the Dave Christensen Memorial Trophy is to the Principal Cornet of Hutt City Brass. Rightio, the Own Choice results. Addington Brass, 85. Alpine Energy Timaru Brass, 77. Auckland City Brass, 83. Brass Wanganui, 86. Hutt City Brass, 84. Kaikorai Metropolitan Brass, 78. Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass, 82. Trust Porirua City Brass, 79. So third place goes to Hutt City Brass, second place Addington Brass, and the winner of the 2021 B-grade Own Choice selection and receiving the Norman Thorne Memorial Trophy is Brass Wanganui. Here he comes. Right, on to the aggregate. Addington Brass, 217.0. Alpine Energy Timaru Brass, 202.5. Auckland City Brass, 211.0. Brass Wanganui, 220.5. Hutt City Brass, 218.5. Kaikorai Metropolitan Brass, 205.5. The Devon Hotel New Plymouth Brass, 214.0. Trust Porirua City Brass, 205.5. So third place goes to Addington Brass, Music Director Adrian Dalton. Second place to Hutt City Brass, whose Music Director is Matt Stein. And the champion B-grade band for 2021 is Brass Wanganui under the Music Director of Bruce Jellyman. So I'd like to invite David to present the BBANZ Challenge Shield to Brass Wanganui. And also to the conductor of the B-grade champion band, Bruce Jellyman, the Port Nicholson Band Trophy. Just a reminder to all bands, please, to pick up the adjudicators' remark sheets and your recordings from the back of the stage here at the conclusion. Thank you, everyone. That concludes the Royal New Zealand Air Force B-grade band events. The Yamaha A-grade contest will begin in this venue at 3:30. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. That is results for the ladies and gentlemen. B-grade section. Congratulations to all bands results. I really love for the ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Congratulations to all bands results. I really love for adjudicators. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Congratulations to all bands results. I really love for adjudicators. C-grade. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. It's now lunch break. All bands results. I really love for adjudicators. C-grade. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. It's now lunch break. All bands results. I really love for adjudicators. C-grade. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. It's now lunch break. All bands results. I really love for adjudicators. C-grade. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. It's now lunch break. All bands results. I really love for adjudicators. C-grade. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. It's now lunch break. Have a break. C-grade. Rewind. It's now lunch break. Have a break. C-grade. Rewind. It's now lunch break. Have a break. C-grade. Rewind. It's now lunch break. Have a break. C-grade. Rewind. It's now lunch break. Have a break. Look for me. Rewind. It's now lunch break. Have a break. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Thank you. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Thank you. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Thank you. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Thank you. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Thank you. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Thank you. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Thank you. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break. Thank you. Look for me. Rewind. Now lunch break. Have a break.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not too far away from the start of the open A-grade own choice section. You can see our wonderful camera crew has got a brilliant shot of the ceiling here at the Christchurch Town Hall. The first band up in about 3 or 4 minutes' time will be North Shore Brass, highly regarded after yesterday's exceptional performance. Widely considered to be one of the contenders to be up the top of the pack. We'll have to see how they go today. They'll be playing Old Licks Bluesed Up, coming out on stage soon. Here on the live stream of the 2021 New Zealand National Brass Band Championships, live on brassband.com. And ladies and gentlemen, here they come, the first band out in the open A-grade. You can see them walking to the stage. It is the mighty North Shore Brass. Reminder, we also have D-grade in concert if you would like to click across there.
Rachel, go to your left. Good afternoon. Welcome, or welcome back. Welcome to the A-grade own choice selection this afternoon. The adjudicator for this event is the Chief Adjudicator for the Championships, David Gallagher from Wellington. Each band today will play their own chosen item. You'll find the synopsis on page 64 of your program. Some housekeeping. Please ensure your mobile or cellular phone is turned off or at the very least on silent. If you're using a video camera, you must remain still, please. And no flash photography at any time. Thank you very much. The band on stage this afternoon is to perform Old Licks Bluesed Up by Torsten Agat Nilsson. And the title the composer gives us clues on how the piece can be understood. The words old and baroque, names of the movements, connects us to the past, while the word licks comes from the blues. Rock and jazz being the arpeggio figures, scales and riffs that are regularly used in improvisations. Consisting of 3 movements, the first and third are marked toccata, being free-flowing and full of energy, while the middle movement is named ritornell, or a refrain with a recurring theme. Commissioned by Manga Musiklag, it was first played at their own choice at the 2011 Norwegian National Championships, and again when they won the European Championships that very same year. The piece was also selected as the set work for the 2018 Dutch National Championships. It gives much pleasure for the band on stage to perform for you this afternoon Old Licks Blues It Up by Torstein Haggard Nielsen.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. It is the North Shore Brass Band, conductor Harman van Horn. Old Licks Bluesed Up, a piece that I haven't heard played live before. I think it might be a bit unfamiliar to a lot of loyal viewers listening. But what a fantastic piece of music. They really pulled it off. Some really, really great playing. Will this be a contender? Will this be the winning own choice performance? Only time will tell, but the band sure played well. Harm did a great job conducting. Excellent musical direction. What a good looking band, those blue jackets. Wonderful work, North Shore Brass. The entire trombone section getting the attention they deserve, especially David on bass trombone. He's the New Zealand national bass trombone champion and pulling out an absolutely awesome solo there. Great work, everyone in North Shore Brass. Congratulations on your performance. Congratulations on your entire Nationals campaign. I think fair to say that was pretty cool. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim from Brass Band here with you, hosting the live stream of the 2021 New Zealand National Brass Band Championships here in our somewhat palatial brass band studio here in Melbourne. Having a great time. We've got such a fantastic afternoon, evening, night of music ahead of us. We have, how many bands do we have in A grade? About a million. No, there's 10 A grade bands competing in the New Zealand National Brass Band Championships, and each and every one of them well and truly deserve to be in A grade, and each and every one of them probably feel like they've got a shot if they play their very, very best today, which is the way, it's what you want as an audience. You want every band out there doing their best. If it's your first time tuning into a brass band competition stream, welcome to the dark side. It's great to have you here. We actually have a couple of streams on the go at the moment, so it is actually possible for you to jump across and watch the D grade bands performing right now. So if you are looking for a family member or someone who's playing the D grade band, you need to click up the top, go back to the homepage and click on the D grade to watch now. Let's just have another look at the stage quickly. To the team, big thank you to the team at ABI Music for helping us with the studio build. It's been quite an adventure, but ABI Music have been looking after us really, really well. I'm actually in Melbourne at the moment. Made the very late call not to fly across New Zealand when there was a bit of a viral outbreak here. I don't regret that decision since it's gotten a bit worse since. But working with a really great team on the ground, Alan from Multicam New Zealand is over there looking after all of the cameras and wrangling cables and vision and microphones and all sorts of things. So hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. I think it's pretty great. Next band up is going to be NBS Nelson City Brass. It's a real treat to have these bands back to back. So I think North Shore and Nelson were two of the best bands on yesterday in the test piece. Again, if you're new to the brass band concept, bands play to win. It's a competition, they're trying to win, and in the New Zealand competition, they play over 2 days. So yesterday they played a set test work. All the bands had to play the same piece of music. They played a hymn, like a slower piece of music, goes for about like 5 to 7 minutes. It's pretty exact timing from me there. And today they come back and they can pick anything, any piece they want to play in the whole world, they can. I think our onstage MC is getting ready to speak.
Good afternoon, a service announcement please. There's always one of these, isn't there? Suzuki Red Swift GBR 162. You are blocking a driveway access to the James Hay Theatre in Colombo Street. Please move your vehicle, if it's you, please move your vehicle immediately to save a whole bunch of angry bands persons. Thank you. Red Suzuki GBR 162, please move your car. Thank you.
So the question, all of you, is that you? Is that your car? I don't think so. I thought we'd cross back. Anyway, so bands have already played once. We heard them yesterday. They did a great job. I thought the standard was incredibly high. Today they get to play basically whatever they want. Most pieces will go for around about 20 minutes, and we have another 9 pieces to go. Bands are allocated around about 30 minutes on stage time, according to my very unofficial running order about what time we think things will finish. We're hoping for results sometime around about like 9:15, 9:30. But anything could happen. I'm a big advocate for giving bands as much time as they need to set up on stage, especially when you're doing an own choice section. If you're doing a test, kind of percussion should sort of probably live where it lives for most bands, so not too much finessing required. But for own choices, things can be everywhere. We've got the band coming to the stage now. The next band on, Nelson City Brass. They're conducted by Nigel Weeks. They'll be performing Music of the Spheres. It's got some great percussion parts in it. I'm looking forward to a wind machine at the start. I'm looking forward to those wind chimes we're hearing now. And towards the end of it, there's some great whip action that we'll be hearing right at the very end. It's a real party piece. And this will also be played by the very last band to compete later on tonight. Hamilton City Brass also playing music of the Spheres. But as I was saying, I'm a big believer that bands should have as much time as they need to set up on the stage, because we really, what's another 5 minutes, really, loyal viewers? What's another 5 minutes if that means the bands will be playing at its absolute peak and the percussionists will be set up with their instruments exactly where they need it and the bands with the chairs spaced exactly how they like it. I'm all for a bit of patience and just waiting to make sure everything's good. And we've got some waving going on down on the stage. We've got some waving from our very helpful stage crew. They've been waving to the audience online and in person the entire competition. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, back in the studio, we're just waiting for the next band to come on. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. If you're just joining us for the first time, you've really probably picked the best part of the competition to join in on. I've had a couple of questions come through about recordings. Are they going to be available? A recording for the Parade of Bands, the Street March, will absolutely be made available. I can't distribute recordings, make recordings of this event due to all sorts of copyright regulations, so the best we can do is a rewindable live stream. And if you want to have a sneaky look, you might see yesterday's performances still up as well, either on this stream or over on the YouTube channel. You can probably also see it in the front page of brassband.com. But after about 12 hours of performances completing, they disappear from the internet, so we're not infringing on anyone's intellectual property, because obviously publishers don't want people to listen to the music and they make it very difficult to do that distribution of music legally. It's a bit annoying, but that's how it is. So this is really a live event, and I'm really excited that it is a live event as well. I think everyone has heard probably too many recordings of things, looked at too many screens, and it does get tiring after a while. Digital fatigue, depending on what industry you work in, can hit you pretty hard as well if you're working from home or teaching from home. Hello to all of my Australian friends in lockdown at the moment. I'm really happy that we can be presenting this live event with a live audience. It makes a really big difference, I think, knowing that the bands aren't going to be taking this to post-production somewhere. There's no recording, there's no fiddling with the cameras after the fact. It's live. The bands sound like what they sound like as they play through, and that's all you can do. I get quite tired of looking at those sort of multiple different camera shots up on a screen that's been edited together, and it's kind of all been a little bit auto-tuned, and there's a bit of reverb added, and it all sort of sounds a bit bland. It's great. If that's all you can do, absolutely do it, and I'm so glad that bands did do that to keep playing together, but I'm sick of it. I way prefer live performances, which is what we've got here today, which I think is pretty cool. So we've got D grade over here, and we've got A grade over here, which is pretty nice. If you want to have a look at the D grade bands, I highly recommend you do so. I think we've heard very high standard brass band playing over the entire week, and I think that's due to the strength of the junior and probably the lower grade bands. I know there's a lot of Australians watching. Australian banding just is not at the level of New Zealand banding. I think it's pretty obvious, especially at the higher end. There's more consistency coming out of New Zealand. I think the basics are just that much better in terms of playing, getting the technical things right, and then really making some music. And it's great to hear the musical interpretations as we go through. Pretty fun. Just going to leave you on a looping ad from ABI Music for the next little while. We have, actually, before I do that, there's a lot of chat coming through. Hello to everyone on the chat. Hello to Bruce Myers. Hello to Derek from the UK watching as well. Pete Walmsley, glad you're with us as well. We have GM watching as well. I shaved my stubble especially for you, so it'd be at optimal length. Music of the Spheres is going to be fantastic. Nelson, Lots of people on the chat. It's great to see you. Annabelle Thomas is so excited for Nelson City Brass tuning in from Melbourne. Annabella, sorry. I hope you're enjoying lockdown number 5 in Melbourne. Nelson is going to be fantastic. I thought they were well up there yesterday with their performance. Of course, Nelson not too long ago was in B grade and have made huge progress and just sound fantastic. Bands can sound really, really good all over the place. Let's go back to a looping ad from ABI Music, because you probably don't want to listen to me anymore, but you probably do want to look at my sensational news studio that we've been able to build here in the brass band headquarters. Let's go down to the stage and we'll be having some music being played for you incredibly soon. Thanks for watching. And we welcome to the stage, round of applause wherever you're watching from, one of the hot contenders to potentially take out this year's championship, the first championship held in the past 24 months. This is Nelson. They've basically been playing and practicing and rehearsing for this moment for the past 2 years. No pressure, but they're going to be fantastic, and I'm so looking forward to their performance of Music of the Spheres by Philip Spark. Watch out for the wind machine, watch out for the wind chimes at the start, and watch out for the whip at the end. It's going to be fun.
Music of Spheres was commissioned by the Yorkshire Building Society Band and first performed by them at the European Brass Band Championships in Glasgow, May 2004. The piece reflects the composer's fascination with the origins of the universe and deep space in general. The title comes from a theory formulated by Pythagoras that the cosmos was ruled by the same laws he had discovered that govern the ratios of note frequencies of the musical scale. He also believed that these ratios corresponded to the distances of the 6 known planets from the Sun, and that the planets each produced a musical note, which combined to weave a continuous heavenly melody. In this work, these 6 notes form the basis of the sections of the Music of Spheres. The piece opens with the Big Bang, when time and space were created, and this is followed by a depiction of the Big Bang itself, as the entire universe bursts out from a single point. A slower section follows called The Lonely Planet, which is a meditation of the incredible and unlikely set of circumstances which led to the creation of the Earth as a planet that can support life, and the constant search for other civilizations elsewhere in the universe. Asteroids and Shooting Stars depicts both the benign and dangerous objects that are flying through space, which constantly threaten our planet. And the piece ends with the unknown, leaving in question whether our continually expanding exploration of the universe will eventually lead to enlightenment or to destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, composed by Philip Spark, Music of the Spheres.
Absolutely epic performance here from Nelson City Brass, Nigel Weeks. What a sound from that band. Matthew Van Emmerich on the euphonium there, Mike Ford on horn. Wow. Everyone playing so well. Kay on soprano, that was just so good. I loved that performance. I love that piece of music. So I'm probably pretty biased, but that was, I think technically would call that a rip snorting performance from the band there. Take a bow. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching from, get into it. Huge, huge performance from Nelson there. I hope they're feeling good about that. I would be feeling so good about that if I just played a performance like that on the stage at the Nationals. Been practicing basically for 2 years. And now here they are. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very good, great and compelling stuff there from Nelson. Loyal viewers, it's Tim from Brass Band here, taking you through the afternoon, evening, or maybe the very early morning here at the New Zealand National Brass Band Championships for 2021. Coming to you live from Christchurch, the Christchurch Town Hall, where everything's happening, and we're also sending the feedback here to the Brass Band studios in Melbourne. Decided at the last minute not to head across to New Zealand. A few viral outbreaks here in Melbourne, and I feel good to be safe and locked down here in the studio. That was such a great performance. We have so much more to listen to as well later on this afternoon. It's pretty fun. And you can see over here as well, of course, on my left, we've got the screen going, which I've been watching on and off. Over here, we've got the D-grade bands performing in hall number 2. If you want to click across to that, absolutely feel free. You can do that at any point, and we're looking after the A-grade bands here. Huge thanks to ABI Music, who are supporting and sponsoring the stream. We might just show you their looping ad momentarily, and we'll be right back with some further information. So I mentioned ABI Music, been looking after the brass band team live streaming for years and years and years. They're really wonderful people. If you are looking for a new instrument, some music, some stands, maybe you're watching on the stream and you're not at the event in person and you feel bad because your significant other is on the stage and you've been ignoring them while I've been doing rehearsals and going away for the weekend, buy them a new mouthpiece from ABI Music. The next band is now coming to the stage. It is Woolston Brass, heading out, Time Masters Woolston. It's basically the home band. Here in Christchurch. Time will be conducting them performing Explorers on the Moon. They were really one of the standout bands yesterday in the test and sacred item sections of the contest. Following them, we will have Waitakere Auckland Brass. They'll be performing Dynasty. Then Leopard Coachlines Canterbury Brass with Andrew Snell, La Poisson. I don't think it's called that because that means the fish, right, in French. But that's okay. The fish, it's La Passion with a U. You can read the spelling if you want on the Brass Band website. We're going to have a break around about 6 p.m. local time, I think. It just depends if things are running on time or not. So it's all fluid and flexible, and we're just going to roll with whatever happens. After the break that we hope we're going to have, we'll have Marlborough District Brass, Kevin Mosley conducting them through Red Priest, a fantastic piece of music. Ascot Park Hotel Brass of Invercargill with Philip Johnston conducting English Heritage, another wonderful piece. Going to have a great time. St Kilda Brass with Peter Adams and Isaiah 40, and Wellington Brass, Dave Bremner at the helm, Revelation, which from memory is what Wellington Brass played in 2015 when they came to Australia and took the championship. It was pretty special. Hamilton City Brass will be the final band on, again playing music of the Spheres. So if you like what you just heard, make sure you stick around because there's a lot more to come. I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone, I guess, who's involved with New Zealand Banding for making this event possible. Big thank you to Helen, who's the administrator. She's the boss of everything that happens. keeping me organised and somehow managing to arrange one of the biggest nationals ever. It's great to have over 30 bands participating in this event. It's really, really exciting, and the standard is so high. It's really quite inspirational to see what you can do if you really put your mind to it. So congratulations, New Zealand banding and everyone involved. I'm having a great time. I wish I was there in person, but being here in the studio, next best thing, I guess. Just having a quick look at everyone watching on the chat. Lots of praise for that performance of Spheres from Nelson, rightfully so, I think. Now, a couple of things you can do if you're bored right now. You can click on the link above and you can buy some brass band merchandise. Our friends at Oswins here in Melbourne are stocking and selling some of the brass band merch. So you can get, I think we've got some stubby holders and polishing cloths, maybe a few t-shirts. I think the caps are all sold out and I think the tea towels are gone. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just best you don't even think about it again. Speaking of Oswins, they're actually fixing up my tuba, which I think is pretty cool. Show and tell, okay, we're filling time. I'm just going to show you what my tuba looked like before and after because it's pretty exciting. So that's my tuba. I bought it off eBay. It's meant to come apart in 2 pieces, a bunch of dents, and the guys at Oswins, and you know, really any brass music repairer can fix up instruments, something like this. I'm just really lucky to be working with the guys at Oswins. ABI Music in New Zealand can do it as well. Whoever your local people are, go and support them, go check it out. So they took it all apart. Bunch of dents. It was on eBay. I bought it. It sounds good. I really like it. I thought, let's get it fixed up. It's going to turn into something looking like this, which is pretty exciting. All the different machines they use to get dents out of instruments and make them look like new again. Pretty manky, we would say in Australia. Quite a manky bottom bow there. Put it on the machine. Magically goes silver. Oh, we're going to just do a quick cross down to the stage. Team of our very hard-working stage movers who've been coming out to pump up the crowd in between. But back to my tuba, because like it's my tuba, I'm pretty excited about it. It's going to be great. Look how good it's going to look. It's going to look just like new, which I think is pretty fun. Anyway, turns out you can get old instruments polished up, de-dented. It can take a lot of time and a lot of skill on the part of the repairers, and then it comes out looking like brand new. It means I'm going to need to buy a tuba case so it can't get dented again. I feel like it'll be like, you know, when you buy your first brand new car and any scratch you know is your fault. It's just this awful pressure. But that's my problem, right, loyal viewers? You don't even care. You just listen to me talk and I'm not even sure why. We're waiting for the next band to come on. Of course, next band, Woolston Brass, Time Masters, getting set up. Explorers on the Moon. The piece Destination Moon, I believe, is sort of the prequel, and this is the follow-up piece, which I don't think I've heard before. If I have heard it, I can't remember what it goes like, so I'm really looking forward to it. Woolston was definitely one of the top bands yesterday. There's a number of bands. It's kind of anyone's competition, I would say. There were some great performances yesterday, but there was no one band, I think, that was significantly better than all the others. So every band coming out with something to play for today. And we'll find out who's going to be the winner. We know who's really the winner, though. It's us, the audience, the loyal viewers online or in the hall, as well as music itself. What a win. And brass banding as well. Let's go back down to the hall and watch the percussion finish their setup. We'll be live very, very soon with the next performance. Thanks for watching. Sorry, one more thing. I won't use too many words to say it, but brass band, we will be live broadcasting tomorrow's concert. Initially, we didn't think we would be able to. Turns out we can. So that's going to be happening. It's a 2 p.m. concert. It's sold out in person. It will be live streamed. It's the New Zealand Army Band and the National Band of New Zealand at 2 p.m. tomorrow from the James Hay Auditorium, I believe. It's going to be live streamed. That's just a change that's happened in the past 30 minutes or so. So make sure you come back tomorrow to watch that. Just remember, you can also rewind this stream if you'd like to rewatch any of the performances while we wait for the next one, or hop across to D Grade to watch them. Thanks for watching.
Explorers of the Moon was composed in 2019 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of moon landings in 1969. It's the sequel to Paul Raphael's 2017 work, Destination Moon, and inspired by the Belgian author Georges Remy, known by his pen name Hugues, and Remy's most famous creation, Tintin. The music has three parts. First, space. Picking up the exact moment that Destination Moon ended, Mission Controller is asking over the radio, Earth calling, Moon rocket, do you receive me? On board, one by one, the protagonists regain consciousness, slowly realising to their amazement that they're hurtling through space towards the moon, and for the first time, human eyes are witnessing the sight of Earth from space. Second, nightmare. After losing consciousness again, Tintin becomes the first human to set foot on the moon, describing it as a nightmare land, a place of death, horrifying in its desolation. The music portrays this loneliness and isolation. And the third part, the journey home. Once the rocket takes off for Earth, there's not enough oxygen left for everyone on board, and tensions rise. However, against all odds, the explorers make a triumphant return to Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, explorers of the moon.
This is Woolston Brass on stage, ladies and gentlemen. They have just concluded performing Explorers on the Moon. Time Masters, their conductor. What a percussion section. They were absolutely going off. That was a really great performance, fantastic piece of music. Wonderful to hear Woolston on the competition stage, full flight time, doing such a great job as musical director. How about those principal players? What a band. What a band, what a history, and what a performance. Great to be able to bring this to you wherever you're watching right around the world. We are coming to you from Christchurch, 2021 New Zealand National Brass Band Championships. I think one of the horn players has just been busted. But who wouldn't want to celebrate after that kind of performance? Absolutely exceptional. What a pleasure and a privilege to be able to listen to this live. Loyal viewers, I hope you agree with me on that. Amazing euphonium work there as well. Absolutely amazing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be just waiting around now for the next band to come onto the stage. Next band playing here in the open A grade will be the Waitakere Auckland Brass. Grant Langdon will be leading them through Dynasty. Dynasty is a piece of music by Peter Graham. I think this was first published in 2019. I think it was commissioned for a couple of competitions in Belgium and the UK at the same time, sort of a co-commission. This Dynasty piece is kind of looking at Harry Mortimer's autobiography. So Harry Mortimer, very, very famous British brass bandy. I haven't heard this piece before, so I'm really, well, I haven't heard it performed live. I've heard a couple of recordings. I'm really excited to hear Waitakere tackle the piece. I think Waitakere are an awesome band. They always sound so good on the stage, and I feel like they're one of the, you've always got to watch them. You've always got to watch them. I feel like they're never quite the favourite. A word on the street is they're never the top favourite, but they're always one that the other bands need to watch out for, because on their day they absolutely smash it, and they came out really, really strongly yesterday in the test section. So Grant Langdon, Waitakere Auckland Brass, and Dynasty coming up next here on brassband.com. In the meantime, if you'd like, there's no band on stage currently. We've been keeping a close eye on that monitor right there, but the D grade is still underway. So if you'd like to click across and have a look, or you can do a little rewind if you like. Remember, we do have some breaking news. So ladies and gentlemen, in breaking news, Brass Band can confirm that we will be streaming tomorrow's concert. For a long time it looked like we weren't going to, but tomorrow at 2 p.m. is the Contrasts in Brass concert, so that'll involve the New Zealand Army Band as well as the National Band of New Zealand at 2 p.m. New Zealand time. It's completely sold out. There might still be one or two tickets floating around, but word is sold out, so we have arranged and made arrangements to stream that to you. So if you can't get in, you will be able to watch online. And that's some breaking news. Please share that with your friends, because we did send an email out saying, no, we're not doing anything on Sunday. That's all changed in the last little while. So, pretty exciting. Hope you can join us for that stream. We'll be right back after this short message from one of our major sponsors, the wonderful team at ABI Music. So while we wait for Waitakere to tack to the stage to tackle Dynasty, I'll just read you the brief bio that we have here in the score. It goes for quite a while, so just prepare yourself to hear a lot of words, but I'll try and speak a little bit slowly for you, loyal viewers, I can tell you that the life of Harry Mortimer reads like a musical adventure story. Born in 1902, his earliest memories, as recorded in his autobiography, include playing cornet duets with his father Fred in the family cottage in Hebden Bridge, Yorkshire, a favourite being a legato melody from von Flotow's Martha, which he suggested was just possible that this piece set the pattern of his playing career. He made his contest debut at the 1913 Crystal Palace contest on Labour and Love, and whilst in his teens with Father Fred away on military service during the Great War, he supported his family playing for silent movies and music hall artistes, including the legendary Marie Lloyd. So we're talking about the musical life of Harry Mortimer, and this story is sort of what dynasty is based on. From 1930, beginning with Elgar's Severn Suite at the National Championships, and together with others of the Mortimer dynasty, Fred and brothers Alex and Rex, he led the fabulous Fodens Band to unparalleled contest success, both as a principal cornetist and later conductor. At the British Open, he won on a record 7 occasions in 9 years, whilst his nationals wins included in 1954 a remarkable 1st and 3rd place, with brother Alex taking 2nd prize on a piece called Sovereign Heritage. How about that? 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the same family. He made the transition from brass bands to symphony orchestra as a celebrated trumpeter whose recordings span the globe. At the BBC as a producer, he increased the broadcast output of brass bands to a level not seen before or since. In his professional life, he knew most of the great English musicians of the 20th century, from conductors Sir Adrian Boult, Malcolm Sargent and John Baraboli, to composers Sirs Granville Bancock, Arthur Bliss and Edward Elgar. An astute musician who knew the value of a judicious blend of the old with the vitality of the new, he was equally comfortable commissioning innovative works from Elgar Howarth, Fireworks, through to conducting what he described as the backbone of our repertoire from prolific arranger Edric Seibert. Whilst disappointed that Tippett and Britten were not persuaded to contribute to the canon, he was nevertheless quick to remind his audience of the merits of the old classics of our repertoire, which exploited the unique tonal qualities of the brass band. And he also expressed a desire that there shouldn't be fewer composers coming onto the scene prepared to write interesting music with an occasional tune in it. So Harry Mortimer was awarded the CBE for services to the brass band movement, and he passed away in 1992. So this piece, Dynasty, is about the Mortimers and the Mortimer family. It's written by Peter Graham. And Peter, are you on the live stream? Peter is a loyal viewer, so I'm not sure if he'll be up and about. Not sure what time of day it is, but fingers crossed. Peter Graham can also be joining us to check out Waitakeri's performance of Dynasty. Let's go back down to the stage and see how they're going setting up. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 cheers for our 3 wonderful stage helpers down on the stage. They're the warm-up act for every band, just to get the crowd going with great success, and also been invaluable all day, making sure all the musicians are comfortable when they get out there on the stage and ready to play, waving to the crowd in the hall as well as you at home, loyal viewers. We've just had the link to the score for this next piece posted in the chat on brassband.com. I'll also copy that into the chat on the YouTube. And this is exactly how far behind the stream is, because I'm saying it as I'm doing it. But you will see the link first and hear me talk about it later. We're time traveling here, loyal viewers. But the score is there if you feel brave enough to follow along the score while watching the music, while listening to the music. Could be a lot going on, but if you want to get an idea of what an A-grade, a top-level A-grade piece of music looks like at the score level, or maybe you want to check out what your part would be like if you too were playing in Waitakere, check out the score and see if you think you could get your head around that. And ladies and gentlemen, we are underway once again with music in the D grade hall. Just here to my left, you can click across to that if you would like to experience some of the world's finest D grade band playing. And I mean that with sincerity. D grade bands can and do sound amazing very, very often if they've got a good musical director who knows what's what. D grade bands sound very fine indeed. So that's happening just now as well. Thank you again, ABI Music, New Zealand's best brass music retailer. If you need a new instrument, give them a call. Here we go. We've got some action down on the stage, as you can see on the monitor just there. Let's go down and have a look at why Takari tacking to the stage to tackle Dynasty.
Described as a symphonic poem for brass band, Dynasty is inspired by the musical life of the legendary cornet soloist Harry Mortimer and the impact his father Fred and brothers Alex and Rex, who are all notable musicians, had on his life and his desire to be the most lyrical and musical player that he could be. From the solo cornet introduction to the last finale, composer Peter Graham takes us on a musical journey, hinting at the events and the musics that were part of Mortimer's life. Flotel's opera Martha, Amen from Messiah, and even A Long Way to Tipperary are all featured in some form. A symphonic poem of 7 movements, each has a distinctly different mood, and it gives us an insight into Harry Mortimer's life. Co-commissioned for the 2019 British Open and the 2019 Belgian Brass Band Championships, we're very pleased the band on stage is to present Dynasty as the 2021 own choice.
And congratulations to the Waitakere Auckland Brass. That was Dynasty by Peter Graham, Grant Langdon, taking a bow. Great work from the entire band there. Really great playing. Loved the sound the band had. Great soprano work as well. You could really hear the tubas pumping away. Absolutely excellent work. I'm sure they'll be feeling very happy with what they've done and probably a bit relieved as well. It's always a good feeling to walk off the stage and feel like you've done a good job. And I think that is what this band will be doing. Ladies and gentlemen, what's next, I hear you ask? Well, I can tell you that D grade is up and running and going really, really strongly. And we have one more band before I believe we're going to have a break for about 15 or 20 minutes. But that could change. That could change. The next band up is Leopard Coachlines Canterbury Brass with their indomitable musical director, Andrew Snell, playing La Passion. We'll see if we can get some more information on that piece for you very, very shortly. Information acquired, loyal viewers, information acquired. It was just there at my fingertips. Le Passion by Oliver Wasby, or Wasby. I think it's a German-Swiss name, so the W would be a V sound. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Oliver Wasby's Le Passion means the passion. I guessed that already. In the Swiss Romansh language, represents an imaginary drama based on two old folk songs. The work can be seen as the third part of his major works inspired by the relationship of man to nature. Man to nature, leading on from As If a Voice Were in Them, of course, a piece that Andrew Snell conducted with the Darebin band back in Australia quite a few times in rehearsal. I remember at least one very high energy contest performance of that on the stage. It was a real whistler. The folk songs on this occasion, however, appear only later in the piece. Before that, an agitated musical conflict. Wow. It takes place within a section entitled The Tempest, which is particularly conflicted, albeit symphonic in structure. I love a good symphonic structure, and which pays tribute to the earlier musical treatments of storm scenes by composers such as Beethoven. Do you know your music history very well, loyal viewers? You don't need to, because I'm going to tell you that this contrasts with the second section, The Vision, where a slow lyrical transformation sets in. The first folk tune, Evgeny Mia Bella, finally revealed itself and prompts the harmonic structure to take a more peaceful turn. Gradually, this is further developed, because you don't want things to develop too quickly, loyal viewers, and transcends into an even more peaceful section entitled, not titled, but entitled, The Dance, or Dance, before the second folk song, Avant Puder Ir, appears. Now you know everything that I do, loyal viewers. The dark colours of the first part find themselves transformed into a luminous, ecstatic, orchestral dance, which brings the work to a close. Those words were by Ewan Fox, and I just googled them and read them out to you. So that's what's going to be played next up. Ladies and gentlemen, I will just remind you once again that we are, at quite late notice, broadcasting tomorrow's concert. It's going to be a big one. It features the National Band of New Zealand as well as the New Zealand Army Band. It's going to be fantastic, starting from 2 p.m. local time in Christchurch. Don't miss it. It's going to be great here on Brass Band. Also, thank you once again to ABI Music, our strong supporters over a long, long time, helping us to bring you this fantastic content from the contest in Christchurch, where tomorrow we'll be streaming the concert. I'm getting a lot of messages coming in, asking when will the next brass band live broadcast be. Just so not everyone's asking all at the same time, I can actually give you some further information on that. Our hope, which seems to be getting more and more fleeting by the moment, is that we'll be heading to the Victorian State Band Championships in Ballarat in the middle of August. That's what we're hoping happens, and then we're hoping after that we can get across to the South Australian Band Championships at the end of August. And then we're not really sure beyond that what events will be happening. Hopefully down to Tasmania for their competition, I believe, around the 14th, 15th of September, and I believe we might be doing some work with some online festivals as well over the next coming months. So, lots to look forward to on brassband.com. Sign up to the mailing list. There's a link up the top where you can put your email address in and I'll send you an email when we're doing stuff. Don't rely on the Facebook or the Twitter for your news because they make us pay to communicate with all the people who like or follow us. Twitter less so. Facebook's getting a bit nasty, so please don't take Facebook as the truth. Sign up to our mailing list instead, and that'll be your truth. Much easier when you know which facts are imaginary and which ones are real here at brassband.com. The other thing you can do if you're feeling bored is buy some brass band merchandise by clicking somewhere up there. We are selling merchandise via Oswins in Australia, so there might be some international shipping fees if you are not in Australia, but I believe we have a selection of polishing cloths, stubby holders, and maybe a few t-shirts as well. The caps and tea-towels, I believe, are long sold out, and we will do another run of them at some point in the future. I have been saying that for a while because that future point has not yet been reached, but it will be soon, and when it is, it will be done, and yes, you too will be able to buy them. We're looking at actually making some brass band pillowcases as well, so just think about that and think about what designs you might like to have on those. I think we're nearly ready to go with Leopard Coachlines Canterbury Brass. We can see the stage. The stage looks like it's getting set up. Looks like it's actually almost there and almost ready to go. Let's head down and see what happens. We're excited to hear Andrew Snell's rendition of La Passion. And here we go, coming onto the stage, it is the Leopard Coachlines Canterbury Brass. Loving the red uniform with the gold tassel. Speaking of fashions on the field, delightful coloured suit there from musical director Andrew Snell.
La Passion was composed by Oliver Vespi for brass band Berner Oberlund and performed as their own choice at the Swiss National Championships in 2018. La Passion, meaning the passion, in the Swiss Romansh language, represents an imaginary drama based on two old folk songs. The work is the third of Vespi's major works inspired by the relationship of man to nature, leading on from as if a voice were in them. The folk songs on this occasion only appear later in the piece. Before that, an agitated musical conflict takes place with a section entitled The Tempest, which pays tribute to earlier musical treatments of storm, scenes by composers such as Beethoven. This contrasts with the second section, The Vision, where a slow lyrical transformation sets in. The first folk tune finally reveals itself and prompts the harmonic structure to take a more peaceful turn. Gradually, this tune is further developed into an even more peaceful section entitled The Dance. Before the second folk song appears, the dark colours of the opening find themselves transformed into an ecstatic orchestral dance, bringing the work to a close. This is the Australasian premiere of Oliver Vespi's La Passion.
Congratulations to Leopard Coach Lions Canterbury Brass, conductor Andrew Snell. Playing through that excellent piece. First time I've heard that before. La Passion, Oliver Waseby.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a very short break, about 20 minutes, so please stretch your legs, have some refreshment, and we'll see you back here very, very soon. Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 20-minute break coming up, so we'll be back in 15 minutes, just in case they come back early. We're halfway through the Open A-grade section here at the 2021 New Zealand National Brass Band Championships. We have 5 bands to come. Let me read them through just before we go on break so you can know what you're looking forward to as we come back. It's Marlborough District Brass with Kevin Mosley performing Red Priest, Ascot Park Hotel Brass of Invercargill, Philip Johnston conducting, performing English Heritage. We have St Kilda Brass, Peter Adams, Isaiah 40, Wellington Brass, led by David Bremner, performing Revelation, and Hamilton City Brass will be playing Music of the Spheres with their conductor Mason Elliott. They'll be rounding off the night. We still have the D-grade bands going on. You can jump across and watch them if you'd like for the next 15 minutes or so, or you can use the rewind function here to go back and look at some of the previous A-grade or B-grade performances from today. Reminder, we are now planning on streaming the concert tomorrow at 2 p.m. The New Zealand Army Band as well as the National Band of New Zealand, both in concert at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. We're expecting results to be out at sometime between 9 and 9:30 p.m. in this hall, New Zealand time. So do stick around for those as well. In the meantime, we might just cut across to our looping ad from ABI Music. They're great people, have been looking after us for such a long time. If you are looking for any instruments or got a broken instrument, you need it fixed up, have a chat with ABI Music and they'll be able to sort you right out. It's been a great pleasure listening to all the bands so far and we're very excited to hear the conclusion of this competition. My name's Tim from Brass Band. Thanks for watching. Buy some merchandise, support ABI Music, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes, so 1/4 the hour, wherever you're watching from, or 1/4 to the hour, depending on where you're watching from. I don't think anyone's doing 15-minute time zone increments. Here is that looping ad from ABI Music for about the next 15 or so.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on. All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for the action to recommence in the main auditorium of the Christchurch Town Hall. Hope you all have had a nice break. I think we must be nearly ready to go. We're going to be coming back with Marlborough District Brass with Kevin Mosley conducting. They'll be performing Red Priest by Philip Wilby. Great piece of music, but pretty much impossible if you're trying to film it. It just darts all over the place. So many little solos. And the worst bit is the instruments aren't even where you'd expect them to be. It's always been a tricky one, but I'm sure the team over there in Christchurch will do a very nice job. What are your thoughts so far? Have you enjoyed the contest? Have you enjoyed the coverage? What could be better, loyal viewer? What would you like to see better in a brass band broadcast like this? What, are there things that we should be doing differently? Do you want more chat? Do you want less chat? I feel like the chat has been fairly quiet this time around. It used to be quite a popular thing, and now it's not so much. I think that's because probably people have their own little chat groups going to discuss with their friends what they're seeing and hearing, and people are just watching up full screen, which is cool. But I'm interested in your thoughts as to what could be better, because we're always looking to improve what we do. So if you have any thoughts, I'm thinking about some interactive things on the page where you can sort of, the worm in Australia, when there's like some kind of like debate just before a big political election, there's this worm where people, if they agree, they all hit the button and the worm goes up, and if they disagree, it goes down. I thought that could be cool, something like that to put in, just sort of opens up the stream and have real-time viewer feedback as to if they think the performance is going well just by which direction the worm is going. I've also considered, if you watch the cricket, they often like have a close-up to see if the bat hit the ball, and it's the snickometer. I thought, should I get something like the splitometer? But I thought that's not very nice. That's not really in the spirit of what we're doing. I've considered as well, like maybe putting a tuning element on the page, so you can actually see when the band's like playing a straight note, if they're in tune with a 440 or 442 or 444, wherever bands are choosing to tune to at the time. Anyway, love to know your thoughts as to how we can keep pushing the limits of brass band broadcast innovation. Of course, we did do that 4K live stream a couple of years ago out of Hamilton. That was super cool. World's first 4K brass band live stream 2 years ago. I still don't think anyone's done one since. Oh, pretty cool. Another thing I'm looking at is doing an audio-only stream, so you can just like have it running on your phone as you walk around the house. Don't need to have the video stream open to save a bit of data, but I don't know if that's got all that much merit to it either, because you can just, have your phone in your pocket and not watch the video. Anyway, let me know what you think. Ed Martin says, like the Euros, chat with conductor and player after performance. Yeah, I've thought about doing that. You can have a look at that. I don't like bothering people just after they come off stage, but definitely on the ground interviews. Yeah, on the ground interviews are good. I do like them. Especially when you can be on the ground. A brass band on the run, that seminal series of interviews was a classic. We have the band out now. It's Marlborough District Brass with Kevin Mosley. They'll be performing a Red Priest by Philip Wilby here at the Brass Band Championships for 2021 in New Zealand, coming to you live from Christchurch. Here we go, down to the stage.
score quotes freely from some of Vivaldi's most famous compositions, including Winter from Four Seasons, the motet Easy Dominus, the famous Gloria, and the theme from the D minor concerto grosso found in L'Estro Armonico. However, it's the musical spirit of Vivaldi, the close contemporary of Handel and Casanova, which inspires this music. Red Priest by Philip Lord.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Red Priest, fantastic playing there. Well done to the band. I reckon that's a really hard piece to pull off. It's so bitsy with all the solo lines interjecting and coming over each other. But I think the band did a really, really great job there. So congratulations to Marlborough District Brass and their conductor, Kevin Mosley. Red Priest. We're coming to you live from the 2021 New Zealand Brass Band Championships, live from the Christchurch Town Hall. It's our pleasure to be bringing you sound and pictures of all of the amazing bands taking to the stage. We have 4 more performances before we move into results. Next up we have Ascot Park Hotel Brass of Invercargill with Philip Johnson performing English Heritage. Following them we will have St Kilda Brass with Peter Adams, Isaiah 40, Wellington Brass with David Bremner, Revelation, and finally Hamilton City Brass with Mason Elliott performing Music of the Spheres. A reminder that we will be back tomorrow to live stream the 2 p.m. concert, the sold-out concert, featuring the New Zealand Army Band and the National Band of New Zealand. We might just...
Testing, 1, 2, we are back.
There you go, the microphone is now working. Good news, everyone. My name is Tim from Brass Band. Hello, thanks for joining us, thanks for watching. If you've been watching for the past, we started streaming on Wednesday night. We had our first broadcast of some of the solo items. It's been a really great contest. Congratulations to everyone involved in organising it in New Zealand. It's been awesome. It's been 2 years in the making, I guess, this particular Nationals. I believe next year we're off to Wellington. Very excited to get back there to hear the bands. I think New Zealand is just a wonderful place to be, obviously, and a lovely place for brass bands. So to all the Australian bands who might be wondering what's going to happen with Australian Nationals next year, it looks like it won't be held in the same place in person. We're hoping to have little satellite sites around different parts of Australia, and then they all get streamed into one big thing. So you're playing in front of people in your state and bigger national competition as well. But for those bands who want somewhere to play next year and are feeling safe about travelling internationally, maybe consider getting across to New Zealand or just making some inquiries. Flights are incredibly cheap. Flights are incredibly cheap. I don't know if this is a good idea or not to be saying this when I'm sort of sitting in a locked down city, but maybe there are some Australian bands that would be considering going across next year to New Zealand if that's at all possible, because it's a wonderful competition to get to. Nonetheless, we will be streaming it next year, come rain, hail, shine, pandemic, whatever it is. There will be a fantastic broadcast of next year's New Zealand Brass Band Championships. It's been great broadcasting this one, having the studio set up. Looks pretty fancy, doesn't it? It's actually not quite as fancy as I pretend it is, but it's a bit of fun while we wait for the next band to come on stage. Ascot Park Hotel Brass of Invercargill. One of the comments I did get back, I asked what we would like done for these broadcasts going forward, and I've had the word back, some more interviews, so we'll get some more interviews on the go if at all possible. We've got Ewan Fox on the chat. Ewan, hope you're well, hope it's another sunny day in Wales. Super work, Ewan says, underrated. It's given a bold and confident performance. Ewan's liking what he's hearing. He's also enjoying the studio, which is excellent, because I'm also having a lot of fun with what's going on here. Tagurg is on the chat asking if I'm still using Neumann mics. I am using Neumann mics. I love Neumann mics. Also got a Royer SF12 ribbon mic and some of the Warm Audio Neumann knockoffs, which I'm interested in using as well. But to be very clear, I'm not actually in Christchurch at the moment. I'm here in Melbourne, in a different country, different city, in this brass band studio. We've actually hung a stereo pair, I believe they're 414s, hanging from the roof of the Christchurch Town Hall, put up there by the technicians, sounding good. What I'm noticing from the sound is that the mics are so high, we're getting a little bit less of the directional instruments, so the cornets and trombones to my ears sound a little bit low, and we're getting a lot more of the upward facing instruments, so more tuba, a bit more youth, a bit less cornet and a bit less trombone. But 414's a great set of mics, which I think is what we're using out of the roof. Sorry, Andrea, for making you jump. I should be speaking a little bit more softly, I guess. Now we have the final band in D grade happening as we speak. This is Kumo Brass on stage in the D grade. If you'd like to flick over and have a look and listen at that, or you can use the rewind function to skip all of my talking and go back and listen to some of the great performances we've had so far today. And haven't there just been so many of them? I'll just get our camera person to zoom out so you can see just how big this brass band studio is, where we're coming from here today. It's a good time to be in the streaming industry, obviously. Shout out and thank you, sincere thanks to the team at ABI Music for supporting Team Brass Band in bringing you this broadcast. Without their help, it would be much trickier to do things. So if you are looking to buy a brass instrument, you're looking to get something repaired, please give ABI Music a call. Even if you're probably going to go with someone else, give them a call anyway, give them a chance to give you a quote and just see what you think. They're really great people. Now, I think we're just going to sit on a wide shot of the stage and wait for the next band to come out. Yes, that is what we're going to do. Ascot Park Hotel Brass of Invercargill coming out very shortly to perform English Heritage for your listening pleasure. English Heritage, Isaiah 40, Revelation, and finally Music of the Spheres.
English Heritage, set as the championship section test piece for the 2010 British Brass Champs. English Heritage was first heard in the pleasant surroundings of Hampstead Heath as part of a Kenwood Lakeside concert given on the 2nd of July 1988. It was commissioned for English Heritage by Michael Webber, the organiser of Kenwood Concerts for English Heritage, and subsequently chosen as the championship section test piece for the National Brass Band Championships of Great Britain in 1990. The sense of historic significance inherent in ensuring the preservation of England's fine buildings of the past drew from the composer music which seems to capture the essence of Old England. This is a musical view of England's heritage, concerned not only with pageantry and ceremonial issues, but also catching some of the humour inherent in the English character, as well as those quiet reflective moments which have surely fashioned England's past and influenced its present. Ladies and gentlemen, by George Lloyd, English Heritage.
It is the band from Invercargill. Some fantastic solos there. E-flat bass, principal cornet. Megan smashing it out of the park. Some friends on flugel. Great job, great piece of music. English heritage. Well done to the Ascot Park Hotel Brass of Invercargill, performing here at the Christchurch Town Hall as part of the 2021 New Zealand National Brass Band Championships, live streamed to you exclusively on brassband.com. It's our pleasure to be bringing you these pictures and these performances with these lovely sounds. As the band makes their way off stage. Now I believe, loyal viewers, hi, Tim from Brass Band, I believe we're just going into the, let's have a look. Yeah, you can see just there on the screen, moving into results. in D grade, and we have 3 more bands to perform here in the open A grade before we move into results here as well. What a competition it's been. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since there's been this many bands at a national competition in New Zealand, which I think bodes really well for the health of the banding movement, particularly looking around some of the youth bands we saw. There was the Wellington Buzzing Youth Brass. I forget exactly what their name was. They played just before the D-grade bands. They were sensational. They played Oregon, one of my favourite pieces of all time. Sounded great. Really, really good to hear the younger musicians around New Zealand getting together and playing really, really well. I don't know if anyone heard the Junior Champion of Champions the other night, but some very high quality playing there. So it feels good to see a banding movement in such good health as it is in New Zealand quite clearly at the moment. 3 more bands to go. Next up we have St Kilda Brass. Peter Adams will be playing, he'll be conducting. The band will be performing Isaiah 40. Wellington Brass, with David Bremner conducting. Defending champions, they'll be performing Revelation. And we'll finish up with Hamilton City Brass, conducted by Mason Elliott. They'll be performing Music of the Spheres. So 3 fantastic pieces to finish up with here in Christchurch. Reminder, tomorrow we will be live streaming the National Band of New Zealand, who I believe are currently the second. They came second at the World Championships maybe 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Just checking with all of my writers and producers out there. We're getting nods. They've come second at the World Championships very, very recently. So one of the world's best bands, has to be said, as well as the New Zealand Army Band. We're very excited to hear both of those tomorrow in concert from around about 2 p.m. Do hope you can join us for that. Ewan Fox, who actually knows what he's talking about, he says that was another bold choice and performance. And makes the comment, it's nice to see some older pieces being picked. So musical directors looking back is how he put it. I think it's right. I mean, what I love about the brass band movement is that it's run on new pieces. There are always new test pieces because you can't have a test piece really that a band has played before. Really, you can a little bit, but not really. You need constantly new music being put in. If you're playing an orchestra, then the idea of the canon, it's the pieces of music that are always played, it's pretty standard. You're going to be playing all of the tunes and all of the symphonies that everyone already knows, and you'll be playing them forever, and maybe you'll get another 1 or 2 come in and become regulars in all of that. The orchestras aren't as avant-garde as the brass bands. Brass bands, it's always new music, new music, new music, and I think it's very interesting that you'd say a piece that was written 30 years ago, I think they said 1990 or 1988, it was first premiered, then chosen as 1990 for a test piece. So it's basically a 30-ish year old piece is suddenly a very, very old piece of music. If there was an orchestra playing a piece written in 1990, they'd be saying, wow, look at this brand new music. It was only written 30 years ago. Isn't that cool? Brass bands are really good in that way. And I think it is good that brass bands aren't always looking for the newest, biggest razzle-dazzle, the latest thing that's come out. What was played at the Europeans last year? Whoops, wasn't really one. What was played at the one before that, that's what everyone's got to play because that's where the standard is, that's the level. That's not how it works. If you can play good music, you can make anything sound good. I remember I heard a recording, I think it was David King conducting Brighouse and Rastrick, doing a Paganini Variations, I don't know, maybe like 10 years ago, sometime in the past, and it's amazing how the pieces which are classics and a little bit older, there's still so much music in them if you know what you're doing. And I think sometimes the piece, not that English Heritage is an easy piece, but you can sometimes hide, I think, a lack of musicality by playing something very, very technically tricky and getting all the technically tricky bits right. But where was the music in all of that? So I think it's great that bands can look back and really make music out of whatever they're playing as well as they can. There you go. That's what I think. You sick of listening to me? Yes, you are. Let's just pop across and see if the D-grade results have come across yet. We're just magically transporting across to the D-grade hall. As you can tell by the double logo, no results just yet, but we will bring them to you as soon as we hear what's going on. We expect to have results in this hall. In this hall over here. We expect to have results in around about 2 hours time, I guess. So about sort of 9:15, 9:30ish we'd expect to have results. So we hope you can stick around until then. In the meantime, Here's this looping ad from ABI Music, New Zealand's premier brass retailer.
Bang. Make them laugh, make them think.
Do, 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 do.
Alright, here's a good hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
The core event, whatever your favourite brass band is,
Mm-hmm.
if you could hear them play any test piece, what would you have them play?
I really like Fraternity.
Yeah.
I really like Extreme Makeover, except there's nothing, needs a bit more. There's not quite enough in it.
It's not serious enough, I don't think.
Mm.
Eternity would be good. I would say Revelation or maybe Dub Descending.
Yeah, interesting. Anyway, it's a good thing people can't hear us right now because my mic's not turned on. So we can tell people what we really think. Yeah, what do you reckon? I don't know, if you could hear the best brass band in the world play anything at all.
Any test piece.
Any test piece. I wonder what I'd pick. Such a hard question. Maybe I should turn my mic back on and ask the viewers. I don't know. Wonder what they'd say. Should I ask them? Nah, they probably wouldn't care.
No, I don't think so. The listeners wouldn't care. Or would they? Maybe they would.
Nah, can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. No, okay, I'll do it. Just kidding, loyal viewers. I knew you were there. So do tell us, if you could have any piece, Corey playing Oregon. Corey playing Oregon, says Joe
All
from
brass
Tasmania.
musicians
Dub
have
Descending.
to warm up before they go
Revelation.
on stage. One, it warms up the instruments.
It's interesting, I feel like people
because
take it
the
more
pitch
seriously when they think
changes
the mic
with
shouldn't
the
be on.
temperature.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to go with the next band coming to the stage. St Kilda Brass with Peter Adams playing Isaiah 40.
Isaiah 40 by Robert Redhead. Isaiah 40 is a deeply spiritual work which explores and draws parallels with modern day values and the fate of new and transient technologies. As source material, Robert Redhead takes the plight of 5th century Jewish people and their conflicts as they prepare to make the fabled 3,000 kilometre journey from Babylon to the Promised Land. The work begins with the plaintive call of a people in a foreign land. This is quickly overwhelmed by Redhead's expression of the tyranny and confusion of pagan Babylon, as represented by a strident trombone, then band explanation. A time of reflection comes perhaps about building unity from confusion. In the first of the piece's two main slow sections, energy is abundant in the following giacoso section, one indicative of busyness and the joy of working together, as various derivatives of a complex melodic core evolve and come to an eventual climax. An abrupt close and moment of repose gives way to an extended and expressive solistic section. This is central to the work because it reveals the eternal nature of Redhead's message. Time moves the listener on, however, and a rather angular bridging accelerando leads us to the full realisation of the expressive theme in ascending in glorious forms enriched by counter-melody. As Robert Redhead puts it, this truth and the performance should soar on wings like angels. Ladies and gentlemen, Isaiah 40 by Robert Redhead.
What a brilliant piece of music that is. Isaiah 40, Robert Redhead on stage now. Peter Adams congratulating his musicians in St Kilda Brass. Great job. I really thought that was pretty sensational. Well done to the entire band. Great performance. Great to hear the band from Dunedin playing so well. I think it's terrific to have a South Island New Zealand at Nationals. As we wait to watch the band all go off together. It's kind of a little bit sad because this means there's only 2 bands left to go. We have 2 bands left to go. Next up we will have Wellington Brass. Wonderful work there by the band. Really enjoyed that performance from St Kilda Brass. Peter Adams conducting Isaiah 40. Only 2 bands left to go, loyal viewers. Just 2 bands left to go. Next up we'll be hearing from Wellington with Revelation, and then Hamilton City Brass with the music of the Spheres. So the question we tried to slip to you all before, loyal viewers, was if you could hear any brass band from any time playing any piece of music, what would it be? And it's with that idea of, well, is it the flashiest note? Is it the hardest technical thing? Which piece has the most music? Which one would you most like to listen to? If you could pick sort of any band from any era, we're talking brass bands, like any of the, the famous periods of any particular band, what piece do you wish you could hear them play? I think it's pretty interesting thought. We have a lot going on the chat at the moment, so we'll just back it up. Joe Taz wants to hear Corey playing Oregon. Bob O'Brien says Instant Concert. Chris Hankey says Paganini Variations. And the Mystery GM says I'd love to hear Peak YBS Year of the Dragon. I should mention as well, if you are looking for results for the D grade, we have results for D grade going on in the D grade hall right now. You can jump across and watch that if you'd like. Otherwise, we have 2 more bands here before the A grade results are announced. We have Chris Hankey says Resurgam. A lot of people would like to hear Resurgam performed by one of the really great bands. I think Corey performed it in Australia, Buzzu says, in 2013. Gail has joined us. Good morning, Gail. Hope you're going well. I think that you're absolutely right. The Standard of the C and D grade bands has been really great, and the B grade this morning, absolutely loved it. Year of the Dragon I thought was a stellar performance as well. Brass Whanganui taking out the B grade championship. Exciting times for them. DG says thanks for the fab service. It's our pleasure. Absolutely our pleasure. Philip McCann has joined us again. He's awake. Phil, you can actually rewind up to 12 hours if you want to miss what happened while you were sleeping. We've just been sitting here like this in the studio enjoying the brass bands. Alan and Bob both really enjoyed the St Kilda performance. John Kennedy. How you going, John? Hope you're well. Enjoying your lockdown-free status. There you go. Thanks everyone for joining us on the chat. And I think we've got a whole nother chat over here on the YouTube. Sorry, there's 2 chats. So wherever you're chatting, I hope you're having a really nice time. Sophia Nielsen wants to hear sackbut music. I've played some good... Who wrote some stuff? There's some good sort of early music for brass that you sort of play. You play it in a church and it sounds like there's a third part coming because it bounces off the walls. Who writes music like that? Sophia Nielsen will let us know. Steve Marston would like to hear the Dam Busters theme. Who would you like to hear the Dam Busters theme played by? Steve Marston. Bruce Myers says Resurgam. Well, I tell you, if I could hear any band in the world play any piece right now, before I sort of said I'd like to hear Corey play, what did I say? Was it One Fraternity? I said that. I didn't mean that. That was a joke. It's not very funny, I admit, but it is me, so give me a break. The band I'd like to hear most play absolutely any piece in the world. I'd love to hear Revelation, played by the Wellington Brass Band. Yes, that's right, and they're coming up in moments. Just moments away. Really exciting stuff. It's going to be exactly what this entire conversation crystallizes down to. Everything you've ever done in your entire life has led to this point. Every brass band performance, the entire history of brass banding up until now, has led to the point where Wellington Brass in 2021 are about to take to the stage in the Christchurch Town Hall as part of the New Zealand National Brass Band Championships to perform Revelation. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is without a doubt the pinnacle of brass banding to date. Incredibly exciting. You look back at all those who have come before. All of those who have done anything with a brass instrument ever, it's all leading to this moment right now. It's incredibly compelling stuff when you stop and think about it in those terms, which luckily I don't do too often because I probably drive myself and you a little bit nuts. Macca says Eric Ball's A Christchurch Cantata played in this very hall. But I'm very, very excited to hear Wellington. They are an amazing band, one of the world's finest bands. I think they are the world's very best band to be playing on a competition stage in a few minutes' time. So, super exciting. Dave Bremner doing a terrific job. Did you hear them yesterday, loyal viewers? And did you think they were one of the better bands yesterday? Who was your favourite bands that you heard yesterday with the test? And who have been your favourite bands so far today? I really enjoyed it. Who have I really enjoyed? Everyone, obviously. Music's the winner, we're the winners. Everything is great. I love it all the time. Woolston with Time Masters, Explorers on the Moon, great. North Shore Brass, Old Blues Licked Up. Old Licks Bluesed Up. I enjoy Music of the Spheres. Stuart Alexander says he'd love to hear Corey play the Bartered Bride Overture live. So, there we go. There we go. That's what you all think. Let's just, I'm not sure if you can tell, but we've got the results for D grade obviously going on. That's Alan Spence giving his wisdom in adjudications. Great comments, actually. I'd really encourage everyone to have a listen to his comments for the C grade and the D grade. Very enlightening in terms of what he looks for. Obviously, Alan's a master at bringing the musicality out of bands and really sort of bringing the young up-and-comers, turning them into something amazing. So well worth having a listen to the adjudicator comments. I feel like not enough people listen to the comments. I feel like people are very engrossed in playing their bit, going and having a good time and coming back and listening to the numbers. I think listening to adjudicator comments is fantastic. And actually Team Brass Band is planning on launching Brass Band Ed, so Brass Band Education, where hopefully we can get some adjudicators. Hold on, while viewers. We've got some waving down the bottom left of frame there from our lovely stage helpers who've been there all day warming up the crowd. They're almost the professional fluffers of the New Zealand brass banding movement, just making sure the crowd is ready for what's coming next. Exciting stuff down there. Andrea from Melbourne says, has Wellington played yet? No, they have not. Wellington will be playing next. I might actually go back down. But before I'll just finish that prior thought. I think Brass Band Ed could be a thing where we're going to try and invite bands to submit audio recordings of themselves working on test pieces and try and get them kind of like an open adjudicator's comments. So get quite well-known adjudicator types to listen to that and comment live to the audio recordings, and then we'll put them up online for everyone to listen to, because I feel like a lot of bands struggle, in fact I'd say all bands struggle with the same couple of things, and if we can work together to sort of make those things better, everything will sound even more good than it does now. And I think sometimes the only time that bands really get that kind of feedback is when they're getting adjudicator comments at a contest, or if they've got the funds to bring in an external band clinician or a different conductor for a night or two. So we're going to be working to try and make that more readily available, the idea that you can get sort of almost professional feedback on how your band is going without needing to play at a contest first. Because to me it almost seems wrong that you get all this fantastic feedback from an adjudicator, after you've played and it's well and truly too late. How about we work on getting some feedback for bands and for conductors maybe 4 weeks before they're playing in a contest. Obviously not from the adjudicator for that contest, but there's lots of people who have very good things to say about bands. So we're going to be working to get some recordings submitted in the advance of some competitions and see if we can get some professional type adjudicators to give open comments, put them up online, and hopefully all the bands can learn together some techniques and things to listen for to make performances better. End of the day, it's all about me. I would like to listen to more good performances than more just okay performances. So brass band Ed coming to a screen near you when we get a little bit of time. Luckily, Melbourne's in lockdown, so time is aplenty. Now, we'll have a look back down on the stage where I think Wellington should be almost ready to go. Big thank you once again to ABI Music for their support. We've had a comment on the other chat because I wasn't watching the right chat. And I was saying, what's that old music where you play brass from 2 different directions in a church and it sounds like a third part? And Peter Walmsley, the great Peter Walmsley, correctly says, Tim, do you mean Gabrielli? Of course I do. Great music. And here we go, we welcome to the stage with a round of applause wherever you are watching from in the world. This is the Wellington Brass Band taking it to the stage. They will be performing for us Revelation. I should quickly mention they are not the final band for the day. There's a band that we haven't even discussed yet, the band that no one is writing off, the mighty Hamilton City Brass, following up Wellington in probably about 30 minutes' time. Here we go, sit back, relax and enjoy what we all hope to be an absolutely stunning performance from the Wellington Brass Band.
The band on stage will play Revelation by Philip Welby. This piece was composed in 1995 as a tribute to Henry Purcell to mark the 300th anniversary of his death. The score uses many features of the Baroque concerto grosso and arranges players in 2 equal groups from which soloists emerge to play in a variety of virtuoso ensembles. It quotes freely from Purcell's own piece, 3 parts on a ground. The original motive can be heard most clearly beneath the duet for cornet 5 and soprano at the beginning of the 2nd section. As the title suggests, there is a religious dimension to Revelation, and the score is prefaced by lines by the 17th century poet John Donne. His Holy Sonnet paraphrases the book of Revelation, in which the dead are raised at the sounds of the last trumpet. Their final apocalyptic fanfares can be heard at the close of the score, where Purcell's music re-enters in a lasting tribute to a great composer. Ladies and gentlemen, Revelation by Philip Wilby.
Ladies and gentlemen, the band on stage before you is Wellington Brass. Their conductor, David Bremner. They have just played through Revelation. They haven't just played through Revelation. I think yesterday I said the technical term for a performance like that is a rip snorter. Absolutely sensational work. What a pleasure to listen to. Take a bow, David Bremner. Take another one. Absolutely deserved. Incredible playing. How great is it that we get to hear musicians like this playing music like that because they really love the sound of it. That's what brass banding is absolutely all about. How amazing to be part of that, even to be part of it as a virtual audience, loyal viewers as you are. What a performance. I'm a bit breathless. I need to go and take some personal time. Give me 10 minutes, I'll be back. No, that was such a great performance. I loved it. The best bit is, loyal viewers, you can rewind and listen to that again. Now, we have one more band to go. We're not writing them off. It is the mighty Hamilton City Brass, who did a very, very nice job yesterday on the test. And they just asked me to say something, a big thank you from Hamilton City Brass to Fairview Ford in Hamilton. They have supplied the van for the band to bring all of the gear to the contest. So big thank you from Hamilton City Band to Fairview Ford Hamilton. What a performance. So much musicality in that. Phil McCann wrote something really good. Phil McCann has written many very good things into the chat. Here's just one of the gems that I will read out to you. It says, music making is like being a sculptor. You receive a piece of paper with notes on it. The sculptor would receive a piece of stone. And then you chip away to create the work of art. And every performance is unique. Every time you do it is unique. And that was such a special performance. I'm so pleased that we got to experience that live. Wonderful stuff. We'll be right back very shortly with the final band. Hamilton will be performing Music of the Spheres.
So it's provided that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Brass Band Studio, where we are preparing for the final band to take to the stage. We have Hamilton City Brass with the Music of the Spheres coming up next. Really looking forward to it. I've had such a great time at this contest. It's been a different way of streaming stuff for me. Thank you, huge thank you to a gentleman named Alan Radford from Multicam New Zealand, who's been coordinating the cameras and helping wrangle microphones and cables and equipment on site in Christchurch. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with Alan. If you're based around the South Island of New Zealand and you need some cameras or someone to come and just take care of things, Alan is your man. He'll look after you. He's looked after us very, very well. Great working with him. I've been here in Studio Brass Band, having a good time. We have been receiving all sorts of different feeds and coordinating, getting them out to the internet and listening and watching to everything, which has been a lot of fun. I wish I'd been there in person, but I thought, there's a few cases around. I don't think I want to quite risk leaving. And then today, or yesterday, or sometime recently, Melbourne's been put into lockdown. So I think not a bad choice to stay home this time around. And I've heard so much great music. So that's been pretty fantastic. Congratulations to everyone who's organised this event. There's so many people behind the scenes to make this run, and especially on the ground. I know there's a stack of volunteers, particularly around the solo competitions on Wednesday and Thursday, just making sure people are in the right places. The places had the right sort of chairs or pianos or music stands. There are adjudicators in the right place at the right time. Thank you so much for everyone working behind the scenes to put this event on. It is truly appreciated by an absolutely, definitively global audience. So thank you so much to everyone who's put this on. I believe next year we're across to Wellington for the New Zealand National Band Championships. Looking forward to being there. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've had a question coming on the chat. What time will results be for A grade? I think we're probably about 5 or 10 minutes away from hearing the final band. So the final band will wrap up in about half an hour's time. And I think there'll be minimum 15 minutes before results are out, probably more like half an hour. So it'll be around about 9 o'clock, sometime like 9, 9:15-ish. I expect results to come out. We'll have to wait and see. Now, Bazoo on the chat as well says, how important is the draw in something like this? Everyone on the chat thought Wellington did a spectacular job. I think Wellington did a spectacular job. But what about the bands who performed earlier in the day? Woolston, North Shore, Nelson, they were the first 3 bands to compete. What does it do to an adjudicator to have such a long day? Such a long day. Only 10 bands, right? No big deal, but 10 amazing New Zealand A-grade brass bands to adjudicate. I heard somewhere that there was some kind of study done around people who were assessing things, and they always assessed better after a break. So apparently, statistically, I don't know where I heard this, I'm probably just feeding you false facts information, but if your assessor, in whatever you're being assessed in, has recently had a break and has something to eat, they'll be in a better mood and automatically give you a better mark. Something about psychological bias or something like that. Plausible? I don't know. I remember reading it. I believed it at the time. Congratulations to Matamata Brass, who won D grade. As you can see, D grade has finished on that screen over there. So, ladies and gentlemen, just the one band left to go. When we're thanking all the volunteers, I think it's worthwhile thanking the onstage crew. So we've seen those 3 in uniform coming down to the front of the stage to wave occasionally. They've been there all day. And we're talking about Lisa Crawley, Steve Smith and Gordon Riach. They've been in there moving stuff around all the time, and they said, they've sent me a message specifically to say hello to the Burnside Brass in the UK. And they all played for that band for a while when they were over there. And they're a wonderful bunch of people, and they are terribly missed by the three on stage. So great to have some support there, moving chairs, keeping things going, and also saying hello to our international banding friends. And loyal viewers, this will likely be the last time we really have an in-depth chat before next time. So just once again, thank you so much for tuning in. One more band to go, then results. Thank you once again to ABI Music for all of your support for this live stream. Great people. If you are looking for any instruments, anything musical, I've said it so many times, I'll say it again, please call ABI Music. They will look after you. I do believe that to be the case. Also, thank you to everyone who's performed on the stage, everyone who's put the work in, everyone who loves music as much as I do, or more. I think it's great that we can all work so hard to do something that feels good when you play it, feels good when you listen to it. Why wouldn't you love music and playing in a community music group? Great work, everyone in New Zealand for this. Really excited for Hamilton. Hamilton was where the last New Zealand Nationals was held 2 years ago, can you believe it? But wonderful to hear them finishing off the day with Music of the Spheres. Fabulous piece of music. I think a great way to round out this entire competition.
Music of the Spheres by Philip Spark. This reflects the composer's fascination with the origins of the universe and deep space in general. The title comes from a theory formulated by Pythagoras that the cosmos was ruled by the same laws he had discovered that govern the ratios of note frequencies of the musical scales. He also believed that these ratios correspond to the distances of the 6 known planets from the Sun, and that the planets each produced a musical note which combined to weave a continuous heavenly melody. In this work, these 6 notes form the basis of the sections Music of the Spheres and Harmonia. The piece opens with a horn solo called T = 0, a name given by some scientists to the moment of the Big Bang when time and space were created, and this is followed by a depiction of the Big Bang itself, as the entire universe bursts out from a single point. A slower section follows, called The Lonely Planet, which is a meditation of the incredible and unlikely set of circumstances which led to the creation of Earth as a planet that can support life, and the constant search for other civilizations elsewhere within the universe. Asteroid and Shooting Stars depicts both the benign and dangerous objects that are flying through space and which constantly threaten our planet. And the piece ends with the unknown, leaving in question whether our continually expanding exploration of the universe will eventually lead to enlightenment or destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, Music of the Spheres by Philip Spark.